So with that being said, who wants to do a quick recap of what transpired last time?
Botched town introduction. Last time we started off in the Horde of the Dragon, where we were sort of collecting our spoils of the event. Jethris, through some means, knew some rituals that would aid us in harvesting some of the power, residual power from the dragon, and those who were to be part of that was Judas, Nathaniel, and Zeke, who all sort of partook in the, various eating of the dragon, where I believe, if I recall, Nathaniel got his senses sharpened to the point where he could pretty much see 10 feet around him, or a sense in 10 feet around him, much better than he could before. Judas received a sort of boon of the silver tongue of a dragon, persuasiveness of one, and the ability to potentially use his words to get a head up in battle or a advantage. And Zeke got some of the elemental ability of the dragon to empower his attacks with some of its power. I don't recall if he got just in general the ability to do all elements, or it's just poison. But
All.
Yeah. It just, unlocked a little thing. It's like, life path. Meanwhile, Goel tended to Snowsong after the fight. Snowsong was quite tuckered out from going down and getting healed back up multiple times. Regulus moved to try and understand the wall carvings, the wall scripts, and Jethris mentioned that he understood it, but it sort of didn't mean anything. And with that idea in mind, we figured that we might need a druid or something of that like to potentially understand it a bit better. Maybe make sense of the words, the script at play. So Regulus utilized one of the items he had, a vial of stardust, that allowed him to use the dream spell to contact a druid that they had met, Nargus, a long time ago in Arendelle, or near Arendelle. And with somewhat of his guidance and Regulus's exceptionally poor memory, we were able to sort of get the idea that it's I forget the finer details of what he said. It seemed to be linked to a specific kind of druid, or like a circle, I think. But he didn't understand some of it, but he did give us a contact to potentially give more information about this, or at least inform them of it. And as that dream finished, we found... we'll try to find a way to get most of our our goodies out of here, or our various rewards. Some by the use of the reduce spell to allow carrying and getting them into the jug, along with just one, I believe, towards the boat. And I believe we got on the boat. Then it seemed as though the captain of the ship was elated, happy to sort of be free of the curse that happened here, have some minor closure to what had happened, and that perhaps it wouldn't happen again. And this happiness was a little bit short-lived, as when we arrived to the town, we were greeted by, well, he said he would give us a nice show around, but as we arrived, he was promptly arrested by the town's local, I think, captain or guard captain, and he basically said, you have committed crimes against Lady Doom and her servants, sort of shit. And we didn't really stop her, because all that she was saying was true, and he did deserve punishment. So we had to find our own way around town, which Jethris went to go speak with the local somewhat shady fellow. Whilst got that explanation, Regulus immediately disappeared into town and went to go look for his own, well, just a sightsee, essentially. And whilst the group got their sort of tour and their directions to the inn and where the office was, Regulus witnessed a disturbing to him sight of the locals having their alcohol dumped out and being not coerced, but presented with giving their earnings away to a cleric or a servant of Lady Doom, the clergy in town. Regulus offered a sort of recompense, or to help them with their burdens, which they did take, thankfully, and said a few more things about what was going on in the town. I believe back with the other group, they learned that, I think through Goel and something Jethris heard, that the people were experiencing a crop issue around here that seemed to be oddly coincidental with recent tributes potentially to their goddess, their patron goddess. Regulus visited a nice antique shop to try to trade in some stuff and get a fairly expensive item in return. And proceeded to... Everyone met back up at the inn, had some lovely wheat shots, because there was no alcohol to be drank. Zeke has entered his 4th hour of crippling withdrawal, and that's where we were.
And indeed, this is where we are. As just to make certain, Zeke, you are very much aware that there is a prohibition in this town of consuming alcohol, not existence, but consuming alcohol. As the mayor of this town, the lady that apprehended Captain Walmon, has told you to join her, if you will, later on into the mayor's office if you want to add something to the investigation they have. You said something about a dragon, and though she was willing to listen about that at their own pace and time, or the scene had already dragged a little bit too much by apprehending and confiscating the riverboat, Captain Walmart. Goel also came up with some interesting revelations in regards to the area that surrounds this town and the fields and the crops. Julius, the man that has been giving you the tour for the town, not without earning some coin himself, stands at the very edge of the inn's entrance, whilst the tavern keeper or the innkeeper is currently back into the room, making as potent as he can the food that Judas gave him to consume, which is salted and kept in relative good condition, dragon meat.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you say we head out tomorrow? First day to check out that crop girl was talking about.
Yeah, I think I was just about to make the same suggestion. We've been on that boat for so long. Why don't we get a good night's sleep and can regroup in the morning over our continental breakfast here?
Mm-hmm. Sounds mighty fine to me.
What time of day is it, Gaz?
Middle of the day, early afternoon.
Oof.
Hmm.
I'm going to just sort of look over to my shoulder at Saphira, who is in her elegant pigeon form, and I will say, go keep an eye on the crops. If anything changes or if they see anybody, fly back and tell me, okay? And the bird flutters its wings and then disappears in that direction.
Hmm.
She'll be able to hopefully keep an eye on things. I mean, we can have a day to ourselves. I don't think we have to go seeking trouble, as we have been in a while.
Mm-hmm. Shatrix, didn't you say you needed some time to work on some jewelry for Jethris?
The simple ones, yeah, I've been able to work on a little bit, but anything that's more complicated, I'll have to take advantage of the town.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah. If we don't get too busy.
Judas will chime in.
Are we going to investigate crops? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly we're doing right now. Are we investigating?
I'll add to this, as Judas will say. It seems that there is a little, some sort of issue with the crops of this town, as Goel has informed us. Though he turns and then looks towards Zik, back to the rest of the group, we should also inquire at some point about the monastery. Isn't this the reason why we are here after all? Or his master's whereabouts? I don't know that person, haven't met him, so I'm a little bit confused as to what we are looking in regards to him.
Yeah, why did we come to this town again?
It's been a little bit while, out of character to remind you, from the woman that Master Delvon, one of the more accomplished monks on the Zig's monastic nomadic order, did mention something about the old monastery, which Zig was oblivious to its existence. And it is in here, in Earthorn, supposed to be, or nearby.
In the town.
Nearby, Earthon, somewhere near Earthon. The woman Joala that you met back, the one that owned the watermill back in Blackburn, didn't know exactly the details. She did say what Delvon told her. They were kind of close. So. Julius will add, I can ask Julius if you want. Though
Maybe
people have
we
already
can-
expressed distrust on him, but okay.
Maybe we can make an afternoon of finding the location of your monastery, Zeke.
That's the thing.
Check out.
It could be a pretty decent ways away. I'll have to go around and ask it maybe.
I can also I can't detect magic today. I would have to memorize that prayer later, but I can at least detect like hollowed and unhollowed ground and foul creatures and things like that. If you guys do want to check out the crops. But I mean, is your monastery something that the locals would know the location of?
Not that I know of, mate.
I think we're looking for a person rather than the place, here, aren't we?
I think either works. He says, well, he's supposed to be at the monastery, but I've never heard of this monastery till recently, so the locals might not have either.
Well, it doesn't hurt to ask, at least.
What kind of... Oh.
Go ahead, I was just gonna yell for Julius.
I was gonna ask, do you know what kind of crowd your master would have hung around with, other than obviously your group?
Well, for the longest time, it was just my group, so... No. That's all I've got. She's just nice and peachy.
What about... I assume you all did you stay in towns? Did you stay at inns, or did you sort of just camp outside of towns and other such
We always
places?
camped. Just stay
Right.
within our caravans, move from place to place.
Right. So there goes that specific thought. Was he the kind of person to be carrying gold or any amount of money?
I suppose I don't bloody well know. This is gold.
Well, I don't know. It could narrow down where he might be. Potentially, if he would hang around with people of lower class, we could check with the lower class or middle class or upper class. I don't know if there's any of those distinctions in this town, but it's always good to check a demographic before you look around for specifics. And we don't really have specifics other than his name and description.
Right. I mean, we do have a mate now who's been locked up. And they're looking for information on that. They might be able to help us as well.
What's
Yes.
your master's name, Zeke?
Delron.
Delron?
Aye.
Do you know the name of the monastery or the former monastery?
No idea.
No idea. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Regulus.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was just agreeing that we should go to this major town mayor. They seem like they know the lay of the land, and if someone arrived by boat or arrived through town, they probably would have known about it.
Yeah. Alright, well, I mean, we kind of said we were gonna, like, talk to her or whatever, right? You guys did? Because you were worried about, that feller. Walmart.
Right. Well, shall we head to that office?
Nods.
So.
Judas will speak up. I'll keep an eye to the food. I trust you can deal with this as you see fit.
Yeah, just don't burn it.
And you move around the town, as you have to make it pretty much all the way to the other side. Nathaniel, Goel, and Satrix, the three of you are extremely perceptive, so you can hear talk around town. Earthorn, write it down. Let's make sure. As Satrix, Nathaniel, and Goel, make me a perception check. I think also Nathaniel has advantage due to his new draconic senses.
I'll just roll a d20 and add the modifier once my character sheet pulls up.
I don't know if it's only for me, but Goel, you do sound a little bit robotic. Probably some
Yeah.
connection issues.
Sounds like he's struggling.
As you all start moving around, you roll the one Goel, so
Hello?
that's probably better now. I'll assume Goel has a plus 8, plus 9. Okay, here it is, a 19. The GM layer. As you start moving forward, you can hear talk around the town. Some people seem in distress and a little bit upset, though more muffled as all of those different sounds seem to be. You are not able to make much shades. Goel, you do hear, and Nathaniel obviously, you do hear a few words being changed. Oh, I tell you, it was big as a dragon and had green skin and giant wings. It took all of my hood out. Wyvern, that is what you are talking about. No, I had a crocodile head. Chimera, somebody else will reply. You will start hearing conversation being taken in the little different spots where a crowd seems to have gathered. Nathaniel, by the looks of it, given your high perception, you also do notice that most of them appear to be farmers, workers, laborers of those type of of that type of field that seem to be a little bit confused in regards to the origins, but based on what you hear, it's some sort of a flying creature that seems to be terrorizing the fields around. But you still, this happens as you are moving towards the house of the mayor.
Can I get one of the farmers' attention? That's,
Sure, yeah.
That's telling these tall tales.
Mm-hmm. As you move up a little bit further, I'll move you up the map as well, so you have a vague idea. As everyone is continuing moving up further, not Judas, over here where there is a crowd of people, it is where Nathaniel, you hear all of this and kind of just halt for a moment, stop.
Good fellow. You say you saw some sort of monster?
The man turns towards you, who seems to have been armed though with relatively bad quality weaponry and armory. He turns towards you. Yeah, I don't know what exactly it was. I was paid towards the cross, but I dropped everything and ran for it. It was big as a dragon, I tell you, though those people will not believe me. It had the head of a crocodile.
Where'd you see it?
Out in the crops. Another one of the farmers will say, this creature then can burrow. I so dug holes into the ground. Some of my crops were ripped, and all farm animals I had have mysteriously gone away. I didn't see some sort of creature.
And you say the one you saw could burrow? I say
I
to the
didn't
other
see
farmer.
anything. I didn't see anything, but I noticed my animals were missing. Then I went to the crops, and in my farmland there were massive holes, that size big. From what you gather as he speaks, Nathaniel, he is referring to some sort of large-sized creature that could burrow, whilst the other one says, no, there is no possible way that this is true. The creature was massive, bigger.
Are the holes? Can you tell me the location of your fields? I say to the one who says there's holes in his fields.
He will give you some direction, not exactly where Goel went, but to not that far relatively from there.
And I'd turn to the crowd and say, did any of the rest of you see any sort of monster activity? Monster sign?
Well, my cousin has been missing, one of them will say. He was walking in the fields one day, but he disappeared. Some people say that he found something more interesting, but with all of those weird sightings, nobody knows. It's like he was snatched from the ground.
And what field was it that he was snatched from?
He points not that far from the other direction. In really, all of the farms are onto the eastern side, not eastern, sorry, western side of the town. This is where the farms and the fields seem to extend.
And all three of these townies said that they saw the monster sign on the western side?
Pretty much, in relatively close proximity, in the fields in general, but all of them are in some relative close proximity. If it is a creature that is at least large and is able to fly or burrow, it can easily have the whole field area as hunting.
Okay. I will thank them for their time and tell them we'll look into it. We're new arrivals in town. We're an adventuring group. Did we ever come up with a name, guys?
I think it's out of game. I think we worked it out. I think it was the Twilight Chevaliers.
Okay, we're the Twilight Chevalier.
They look a little bit confused. Have I heard that name before? A few
You
words
will.
exchanged over there as the woman will say, they've come to help us. Priest Derek said that there will be divine help at some point. All of our sacrifices might be worth it.
Who said that?
Priest Derek.
Priest Derek?
Derek, yes.
Derek, okay. All right. Well, thank you, folks. Yeah, we're gonna look into it, and then I continue on my way with the rest of the party.
Mm-hmm. I'll give the rest of the group pretty much a head start into the mayor's house, as you will all move towards there, but they'll enter prior to Nathaniel. As you move towards there, the guards quickly will recognize you, and though they will ask to halt Snowsong and leave animals outside, they will allow the rest of you to move forward as they are aware of who you are. Oh, you're the ones that arrived today. Lady Mayor told us to wait.
Which way is it? Right or left?
Over there, up, and they point
All right,
further
thanks.
upwards. As you move towards there, Jethros, you will see a bit weird. For some reason, it's. Let me know something. Can you not see this line? Is it blocking your view for some reason?
Yeah, it's blocked.
Yeah.
This is super weird. It
I think the
shouldn't.
dynamic lightning is shocking us.
I know, but it shouldn't because there's nothing but random glare over there.
Wait,
It's a one hallway.
Hopefully, this will
I can
work.
push through it. There we go.
There we go.
To
Mayor's there.
get
that's why.
rid of the.
There she is. What? Okay.
Yeah, there was nothing there. It's super weird how this random gliding works, but whatever the case might be, you will spot the Lady Mayor, but already not already changed in the. You're correct. Regulus, it was Twilight. I didn't remember the first part of it, but you will see that the Mayor has already changed from her very pricey and fine clothing to much more casual set of clothing, more accustomed to travelers' clothing. As she will turn towards you. Oh, good, a dragon slayer. Come in.
Oh boy, this is going to be a room for Regulus, being as lithe as he is, will just kind of squeeze to the corner.
Small town, small rooms. Sorry, we cannot afford bigger ones.
Wasn't judging.
So he's just gonna lean against the doorway, let everyone else in.
So you said Wellman transferred ownership of the ship towards you, yet there is. Do you have any document that suggests that? Ren told me about this. Whose deal you have?
Sorry, I have other things on my mind. What did you say? Sorry.
Are you okay? So looks towards Regulus, looks back to the rest of the group.
No, we did not get like a receipt or anything. No.
Sorry.
Well, nothing to do about it. Then you said that you seem to know a little bit more, and you also said that you took care of a dragon. I'm pretty sure we would have noticed if there was a dragon in the nearby vicinity, or it might be further off. Who am I to judge? You traveled with Captain Waldman. You are the first that have arrived after such a long time, so let's hear what you have to say first.
He's been, well, we needed someone to get us up the river, and he had been in a town lower down. I don't fully recall the name of it, but
Blackburn, I assume.
right. Yes. Blackburn, and we chartered his ship, I guess, to take us upriver. He warned us that there was bad things up on the river, and it seemed as though he was sort of drinking himself to, well, death in the tavern there in Blackburn. What happened on the other previous trips he made did weigh on him heavily. None of it was, well, fully premeditated, I guess. This is really intense music for.
I'll change it. Sorry.
That's all good. But yeah, he. Long story short, we went down the river and we encountered more of this cursed activity, ghostly activity, and we. His ship did get assailed by many nightmarish creatures, Sorrowsworn, that were probably the culprits of what happened to all those people in the previous times. Was he in the wrong for taking more people and having it happen? Yes, but it's not like he committed any murders. He was negligent. He had, I don't know if that's criminal negligence, but there was a dragon, and it seemed like it was the cause, or I don't know what the term is, but it was there, and it seemed to be the heart of the corruption in the area.
Right. Well, there is also the case, and Sukari just pulls up a whole herself from the drawer, and inside there are multiple paper documents in there, and kind of just takes out the whole shelf and put it onto the table. There's also the case of about 50 people that have gone missing due to this month, actually. Many of them are presumed dead. Did you have any connections to the dragon, or were all of those accidental killings? I'm trying to make certain what exactly happened. You say that the boat was cursed, there was a dragon.
Well, accidental is a weird term, because, like, he definitely knew it was happening, but he kept bringing people anyway. It was most likely connected to the dragon, because he, like, stopped having, like, nightmares and shit after we, like, murked it, but,
He wasn't a pawn of the dragon, if that's possibly what you're getting at.
Yeah,
he was
but, like,
affected by it, but...
Well, see? She looks towards you. One way or another, if your words are true, and she will look around, she will look at Jethro's cloak, Regulus, your amulet. In general, the group seems to have multiple endowments that indicate some Dragon Slayer definitely took part. Judging by your equipment, you do not seem to be lying. I'll take those all into consideration, but I do not think there is much to be done here. Even if he might not be a direct accomplice, he is responsible for those many people going away.
Definitely, yeah. I completely agree with you.
Is he close with any one of you?
No.
Well, in any case, no, it's not like we prize, we practice death penalty in Earthon. This is not what we'll be doing here, but I highly doubt this man will see the light of day once again, or at least out of his jail cell. Might need to transport him, though.
Would you consider finding him and letting him work off his debt to your town?
Well, the main reason for confiscating his reward is that it can be a prizeful asset. Maybe the money from that can be used to pay off the families that were wronged and provide extra some extra funding for the townspeople.
Yeah, I mean,
we all could use it.
guys, I understand your pity for this man, but like, people have died about like at least what you said 50 on these trips. It's not like he like parked his carriage illegally. I don't think this is sort of like a finable thing. Like, and definitely like working on a riverboat, he can probably leave anytime he wants. I don't know. I just
I don't think he will be the one sailing that riverboat. No.
That's probably for the best.
He should be held responsible for his actions. I mean, it's not like he didn't know. The first time he didn't know, but the second time he definitely knew. So.
And then the other 48 times.
Might be just better to send a letter to the to the keeper of the madman. Maybe they can have him. It's not like our jail cell is accustomed to keep people for an extended amount of time, and he'll be definitely taking some town resources. There's no use for us here to have him back in the cell. It's not like people will be able to get something out of it, but we're not letting him go free. May I ask, Dragon Slayers, what's your reason for visiting Earthon? I assume you did not come all the way to slay a dragon, given that you said he explained midway what was going on.
Regulus will turn out to look towards Zeke at the door.
We're looking for a monastery.
Huh. I see. Is that still a thing? I haven't seen any of the monks like forever. But they are known to be somewhat distant. She seems to think for a moment, lost in thought. Jade Circle, Jade Fist, Jade something, I think it was called. My father used to tell me about the monks from this place. Haven't met one person.
You have any idea where they set up camp at that monastery? Far away it is.
Well, this is more of like a urban legend, folklore, tell it however you like, stories from the people of Earthon. I think it resides somewhere into the hills. I myself don't know much about it. Your best bet would be to ask There's a shop here that sells antiques. Vera, I think is the name of the shopkeeper is. It's a family business, and from what I've heard, she has some relics from that monastery. Some monks paid with them at the time and whatnot. Maybe she can tell you more about this.
Alright, cheers. Well, I guess we'll take a look later.
What about the monastery? What's so interesting in it?
We're looking for someone, and supposedly he went to there.
Okay, well, best luck to you. Hopefully you'll find him.
Cheers.
If there is anything else.
Just as a curiosity, there seemed to be hearing of some issues with the crops as of late? Is there something going on? Is there a...
There have been reports of some farmers gone missing, though with the amount of wage that people pay for a day's job, I guess they might have run to get to another town, something, look for a better fate. It's not like this town is thriving at the moment, as you see. But there have been reports of some incidents in the farm field. Thing, a guard captain was gonna take a look on it or take hold on it, but we are still processing what's been happening about some weird sightings I've heard.
Did you disclose any details of these weird sightings?
Honestly, with people starving, some of them see things that make no sense. See, we'll look around a little bit and then shout aloud. Not really a customary thing for a noble to be doing. Pavel, can you bring those trend reports? From the other room, you see a man just moving around. And grizzled veteran that has probably seen war seems to be approaching. By his side in the belt pouch, you see the head of a rather big goat, the skull, the gilded skull of it. What appears to be a religious depiction or amulet, not really an amulet, but definitely a religious heirloom or a trinket associated with worshipping Lady Doom as he moves forward and throws a bunch of papers towards here. The mayor starts taking a look at this. Big wyvern spotted, dragon spotted, massive bugs. Hard to make sense of all of those. There doesn't seem to be a single one occurrence. People have seen all sort of different things. Some sort of flying predator. Oh, look at this one. One said that he's so clouds changing color and raining with acid. She turns and looks towards you. As I was saying, people might be experiencing hallucination. After getting scorched by the sun for quite a long amount of time, you tend to have visions. She takes another apartment. Look at that. Farmer became enlarged and his hands detached from his body, and then he became a pool of water. I'm not sure if there's much merit to all of those reports. Closes the file and puts it back on the drawer.
Have I arrived at this point?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I think I wrote that earlier on, but you can hear this, Nathaniel, as well. Same thing as well.
To Lady Major Nisa, I will say, I've never heard of monsters like these or magic like this. I actually suspect it may be an illusion, or they may be illusions. I think perhaps whoever is scaring these agriculture workers is maybe the same group of people behind the problem you have with your crops.
I don't know if illusion is the right word, but seems to be plausible. I'm not entirely sure on the situation, but if you want to take a look at those, feel free.
If you don't mind, I'd like to. We are seasoned adventurers. Do we need any sort of charter or deputization or anything in order to operate in your area?
It's a small village, and if you are looking to solve a problem people have, I'm sure many will comply. Not like someone is trying to not answer or not come forth with information. I'll assume if someone was trying to withhold information, they'll be the ones behind.
These monsters that I've heard the townsfolk describe, I mean, every single one of them describes something different, and they all seem so odd and bizarre, and it's nothing like any of the monsters that I'm used to fighting. And I introduce myself as a member of my order, and I say, I do suspect that they're fake, but we'll see. We'll take a look.
Well, just to be clear, before you set yourselves onto that journey, there I appreciate your efforts and your cooperation. If you're doing this for a prize or a bounty or a reward, I doubt that we are able to pay all our fundings, and most of our money has gone to the House of Lady Doom. If they are willing to spend some coin for you, I highly doubt. But know this: that though I appreciate your efforts, I will not be able to pay them.
At the very least, Zeke, we gotta talk to that antique lady, right? So
Need a reward?
Maybe-
I mean, just to be able to help people is good.
You'd also let us keep the spoils, I say to her.
If you find any, knock yourselves out.
So, do we have any leads on tracking down this monastery, Zeke?
We've got that antique shop. She was saying earlier. They might, I don't know a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, I was just there. She was really nice.
so
Did you
she's
spot anything
seen.
out of the ordinary?
Well, I don't know if we're having this conversation in the room or if we're having it when we're leaving, but
I'll assume you're going away
yeah.
as you're conversing. That makes more sense.
Regulus will say, well, what they said was the local clergy seem to have come back sometimes with items to give to the shop that they've plundered from other places. I'm not sure if they'd have something from the monastery or if I didn't see anything that looked like that, although I wasn't exceptionally looking for it, but might have something. She seems connected with the town and has stories from herself and her father, parents.
We should have to see. We are outsiders, so plundering definitely isn't against what people might do.
Well, this is also the heroes of Lady Doom, so not heroes, but missionaries. That's so I guess we could say. But I don't know. We could always. I guess we're going to go talk.
Alright.
I lead everyone, I suppose, to the antique shop.
Moving back towards the antique shop, you once again see the half-heaven woman with dark brown hair standing in there, and all sorts of different works of art, small trinkets, heirlooms, bizarre art objects left and right. Shatrix, as you move inside here, based on what you've seen in town, this shop probably might have anything that would be used as jeweler supplies in the case that you're looking for any. You didn't spot any jeweler crafting a guild or any artisan shop around town, though this seems somewhat stale in that matter as well. But there are some spare parts and whatnot if you're looking for supplies or to add something to your collection. Around in this shop, you can see all sorts of weird objects. Hobgoblin war mask, a golden mithril sword with a jet set in hilt, a music box, a gold chain set with fire opal, a golden locket that seems to be closed, and a number of oil paintings around, not oil paintings, sorry, a number of coal paintings around the shop. Those seem to be all stationed on the backside of the counter, potentially made by her. Figure I will look towards you. Ah, hello. You've been there earlier on. I remember you. You've brought your friends. Welcome.
Hello. Well, I went and had a conversation with other people around town, and I guess it pointed all back to here. The reason our group has come all this way is we're looking for a monastery that is around this area, or maybe used to be. Do you have any knowledge about that?
Ah, the monastery of the Jaded Fist. Yeah, I think I sold you a scroll case from there earlier on, didn't I?
Regulus goes a bit wide-eyed, look down at the scroll case on his hip, and sort of just turns a bit more darker blue.
Seeker's looking at him with a disappointed look, I guess. Yeah.
Look, okay, I have a terrible memory. I like seeing everything, and then when new things pop up, some things fall out. I was asking around. But look, see, I have the item that we were looking for. Right, so where did it come from?
Well, it's been quite the amount of time since monks had to visit this town. I heard my father told me that sometimes they would come around and grab supplies the for the monastery. They would make so scarce visits. Maybe once once a year or once in between months per time. They never brought gold. They always paid with. Well, she points towards the collection of those of the antiques around here. All sorts of weird one might find. They changed one of those to use the money for buying themselves supplies from the town, bring them back to the monastery.
Regulus looks back to Zeke. Does that answer any questions of yours? Or
A little bit. We might be in the market for one of these antiques or something. So if you don't mind us just take a look around.
Sure. If there's something you'd like to see, let me know.
How much for this opal?
You mean from the one the gold chain set with the fire opal, or something else?
That's the one.
Mr. Roth.
Well, that is quite a pricey one. You look towards it uh, sorry, Jethros, and says, I don't know how much money you've got, but it might cost you a fortune. Worth about 3,000 gold coins.
Oof. 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 Bit rich for my blood. I'll keep looking.
Well, if you like something else like that, the War Mask is way more. It's way cheaper, about 800 gold coins.
I don't really have a need for mask. I don't even think it would fit me.
What's
Yeah,
it look
big
like? Just out of
snout.
curiosity.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I could hang it up in the jug, but who's ever gonna look at it? Like, I guess it could start a conversation, but I don't know.
A
Also,
lot of people back to your jug.
this would be the place to, I guess, liquidize some of the items from the horde.
I do have some money from the ones you gave me earlier on, but most of my valuables come in gems. If you're okay with exchanging gold for gems, I'm certain that we can work something out.
Jethros' eyes widen. Um, well, I mean, I can't do it today, guys, but tomorrow I can get the paintings and stuff out of the, you know. Maybe she'd like some of those. Do you have interest in paintings?
Sure, I make some myself. I'm not that skilled, let's say, as you point to the coal paintings besides here. As you've seen, I'm not terrible, not gifted certainly. You can see there's a big array of coal paintings behind here. Some up for display, others a little bit lower and somewhat behind the bar.
Zeke is gonna point to just one like in the corner. That one there is quite nice. You mind if I take a look at that? I can't really see it from here.
Sure. So brings it back. This is one of my most recent ones.
What's the inspiration for this piece?
To be candid with you, I don't really know. A man came some days ago, week, couple of weeks, I don't recall, and wanted to paint something from memory. He was very descriptive. Poor old fellow, he was blind, but he gave me a quite vast description. He explained it as something like astral essence in a human-like form, objects trail around. The shadows at the bottom are human-like, he said.
Some creative imagination he's got. Any mention of where this lad went?
I I don't know. He didn't say much. He only he only asked me to tell him what I say when I ended the coal mining and gave me a little trinket for my work.
Well, you can't leave us on that. Come on, what was the trinket?
Oh, sorry. And she will turn around and he will point to a carved ivory statuette, one of the heirlooms that are on display over here. It is a monkish silhouette that appears to be there with multiple hands. I don't know, I think it's a pretty cool looking one.
But, yeah, it looks pretty nice, I guess.
Do you know him?
Yeah, I've heard tales. We're actually only in the, what do you call it? Where were we? What is that thing called?
Earthorn? Or
No,
Earthorn is the town.
The police station. What the hell is it called? My brain's gone blank.
The jail?
Yeah, the jail, I
I
guess.
don't know.
We were just chatting up someone about him recently.
I don't know what to tell you. He seemed very kind and pleasant.
I'm sure he did.
See here, Feyre hears Satrix, looks at all of this and potentially is interested in exchange tomorrow. I'll be here until the sun sets. I'll be around.
Are you traveling on to a different city after this one?
Oh no, I'm staying here. Staying put. This is family's business. Hard to go away from.
Oh, I understand. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll be back then tomorrow.
Okay. Well, hopefully you find what you seek.
I turn as we leave and just ask an off the cuff question. Is there anyone in town who sells wizarding or alchemist supplies?
Well, she will point at the at the building right on the other side. There's a halfling over there, Remo Sunschulst. He sells some alchemist supplies if you're looking for it. He's not a great one, but he definitely has some sort of storage and some supplies to sell, and I'm sure he'll be happy to see some coins. It's not like people have been buying lately.
Great, thank you.
Sorry. I guess I've already purchased things from you before, but I guess I didn't know about the exchanging thing. Do you have any gems worth 800 gold?
Let me look. I don't think I have a singular gemstone that works like that, but I could trade you smaller ones.
That could work.
Say a couple of umbers and peridot.
Sure. Well, those are both basically worth the same.
Yeah, a peridot is about 500 gold coins, and umbers about 100.
Okay. Thank you.
Economy. So hard.
And that just made my carrying so much better. No. I already walked out, and I just keep turning around to look at this woman for answers. But I'll look to Daniel. Do you think someone who's looking to sell wizarding supplies will want to buy quartz?
You know, I'm not sure. I don't think so, but I mean, most of the merchants in the realms are willing to trade gems just as if they were currency.
Right.
I mean, if there was something that you needed to buy that cost, say, 100 gold, I'm pretty sure most merchants would accept 2 pieces of quartz as payment.
Right. It's just that quartz is heavy. I wouldn't mind keeping it down to some gemstones, but I'm just looking. Essentially, what I'm trying to do is find someone in this town to give quartz to who will give me an equal amount of gold, and then probably go back to this woman to get.
She herself may be willing to trade you.
I already tried.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, she seems to be interested in gold for gems, not gems for gems. Or pretty rough.
Kazan, I misunderstood when you gave us the quartz from the mine. Are these gemstone quality quartz crystals, or is it something else?
They are, but she herself is interested in either buying or selling art objects or selling gemstones for money. She's not interested in buying gemstones in particular. So the quartz are definitely gems, but she doesn't doesn't seem to be interested in buying more gems.
She's a
And
hypocrite.
was there a weight attached to them? Like a carrying weight?
In general, most gemstones are very, very. You can nearly ignore the weight. I think the quartz that, regularly speaking, is like a big quartz cluster that he has, which does have some weight. You will have to find a jeweler that can put the time in order to take out smaller quantities.
So, are you talking about the 16 quartz crystals each of us got as payment from the dwarves we rescued in the mine?
Yes.
Regulus?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have 14 of them on me. I don't know how much they weigh. I never knew that amount.
Okay, so they are already gemstones. If those are, I thought you meant more like a cluster of quartz, as you said it earlier on. But those are definitely worth. I don't know how much they're worth, but they do not weigh them.
Yeah, I don't think you need to exchange those for gemstones because they already are. They're each one is a gemstone worth 50 gold pieces according to my notes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That.
Then I have them already like that, so they don't probably weigh a whole load.
Well, before we get some shut eye, do you think any of us should go up to the church and see if any of them are interested in the stag chew, or? I mean, we never really asked, and it's like to whatever the Doom lady.
Oh, for the sake of context, I think both Zeke and Shatrix, you were pretty predisposed during the horde lookabout. We have aptly named the statue of the creepy stag the Stag Jew.
Right. And what, we're gonna give it to the church?
I don't know.
Yeah, seems kind of up their alley, but who knows how much gold they'll give us for it. If not, they'll just be like, oh, it's a generous donation to Lady Doom, and then I won't want to give them anything.
Yeah, in fairness, they don't seem too generous around here.
Yeah. I mean, worst comes to worst, we could just, take it and put it in, the base.
True, but isn't that one of the things? Did you put that in your jug, or did you?
No, it's just sitting on the boat, probably being stolen right now.
If we can't put it in the jug, and we don't really have a way for the boat to get back, I don't know. Could we ship it? Could we pay someone to take it somewhere? Did we trust someone to take it somewhere? That kind of seems just like bait for bandits to attack and have a bunch of adventurers show up to try and stop them. That aren't us.
Shrug.
Wait, are we talking about the gold or like the art objects?
The big ass statue of the stag that we
That we just absconded
moved.
with.
Yeah.
Oh, this is okay. Unrelated. I see.
Yeah.
We should definitely talk to the Church of Lady Doom about that. Wasn't that statue
Yeah, it's like significant or something to them.
significant to their church?
Yeah. I guess that's our in to talk with them about things, but I don't know. I feel like if we're going to go investigate into things that are going on, I don't know about making our sort of faces and our group intentions are known, in case certain members of that church are the offending party.
I think that's a fair concern, Regulus. We can simply approach them under the guise of returning the statue. Maybe ask a few probing questions without giving away our intentions. What do you think?
I suppose so. Yeah, that probably works.
So we are bringing them the stag to. To be clear.
We can tell them about it, maybe,
Okay.
and then they can decide whether or not we should. I mean, doesn't it cost you a bit of like your magical power to bring it around?
Yeah, I have like a certain amount of spoons that I have of magic, and it takes up about like my third highest amount of spoons, and I've only got 2 left of those today.
Question marks appear over Regulus's head.
Spoon magic.
Yeah,
Fascinating.
the spoon theory of spell slots. He's basically saying that it takes a 3rd level slot. If I want to do it after, what's it called? But if we're sleeping after this, it's fine.
Let's go talk to the creepy church and see what they think of a stag chew. See what they would, if they would pay for its.
You want me to fly it up? I'll go fly it up.
Will you show me the jewelry that Shatrix made for you first? I'm curious.
Oh sure, have we done that?
No, the two of you haven't shown us any of that stuff.
I'm excited.
Have we had a night to? I don't know how much time has passed since.
We have not. I was
okay.
expecting we'd do that like when we're in town, like a day
Yeah.
like this.
If we haven't had a night where I can actually sit down and work on it yet, then it's not finished. But if we are staying in town tonight, then I can work on it.
Sorry, I thought it was done already. Sorry.
Well, no, we were talking about like making stuff right afterwards, but I don't know how much sleep time we've had since then. I think none, apparently.
You had the longest, but that was in the Dragon's Cavern. So if you were looking for supplies before you started the work, you would have to wait until now.
Yeah, I only have a little bit left over because I used a lot of supplies to make my like fancy holy symbol necklace thing. So I'll have to try to get a little bit more. But we also just got a lot of gold, which I can also use as supplies. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean we can work on that tonight. It's not like, pertinent. I'm not like, dying to, but yeah.
I'll work on it tonight. We'll sit down. It'll be nice to actually have a real table to work on. So,
I also have these. Pull a small pouch out of my satchel and hand it to you. If you open it up and look inside, you will actually see about 2 or 3 dozen wyvern teeth from the monstrous wyvern that our party killed. I don't know if this is something that you would want to make, like, I don't know, some sort of memento for each of us, like a little trinket or something, um, in memory of I don't know, just our group and the fights we fought in the past.
Definitely. Give me some time. I think I can come up with something. I can make
Cool.
something with this. Put pouch of dragon teeth in my inventory here.
Oh, they're actually the wyvern
Oh,
teeth.
they're wyvern teeth. Okay, pouch of
Yeah,
wyvern
yeah.
teeth. There we go. Probably a lot smaller and much easier to work with. So
Yeah. Probably still bigger, probably large, but I mean like trinket sized probably.
did we keep any of the dragon scale?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I think
did.
I
We kept
lucked out a lot of them.
If you guys are okay with it, I can also take some of the dragon scale and use that too. Could look kind of cool.
I didn't actually record all of the material that we salvaged from the dragon. Did anybody write it down?
Yeah, I mean, it's in the chat. I can go back and look at it.
It's in chat? Okay.
Can use the scales, need some teeth. Yeah, I can make something. I'll be thinking on it for a while. I'll put that in my inventory though. Thank you.
Regulus sort of like gently walks off to look at the scroll case to see if there's any, like, I don't know, any dumb things like property of or signatures or something carved into it. I don't know.
There are some jade. There's some jade clouds over the on the depiction of this golden and jade or teal coloration that the scroll case has. Make me an investigation, Beckett.
Oh fuck, we know how good I am at that. Consistent. I'm gonna use ins from recap. It's better. I should not try it again.
I'll assume that just Regulus just opens it and looks through it. You cannot look through the other end because it's closed on the other end for sure. But you don't notice something out of the ordinary there.
I suppose 11 is a failure.
It is.
Well, I literally can't do worse. I mean, I could do very much worse, actually. That's my specialty. I'm gonna see if I can roll a 20. I rolled higher, only getting better.
But sadly, the result remains a fail.
It's only up from here.
Fuck. I think I'm one of these days. Next time I get a feat, it's gonna take expertise in investigation. Ignore this stupid shit. I hate it. Regulus will sort of like be like turning the scroll case upside down, looking around it, adjusting his glasses, like, oh, why do they always make it look so easy looking at things? And he spends like longer than he should have to try and understand nothing about this, and then walks back with it back on his hip.
I wish someone in this party had expertise in like investigation or something.
And defeated, he would move around the entire party and sort of just like in a low voice, Jess, could you look at this? I pull out the scroll case and just like very shittily, sleight of handedly, just hand it over to Jethris to look at.
What's this?
A thing I bought to hold a piece of that Titan sword. It's hopefully going to be helpful later on. But it's one of the things from that monastery. I tried having a look at it, but I need glasses for a reason. I can't understand a lot of things. You might have a better chance.
Alright. Jethris will squint one eye, close the other, and give the scroll case a once over. Kind of jealous that this one looks less beat up than his own.
Make an investigation.
I will.
Joy! Nice.
Jethro's first, those depictions of clouds, if you look close enough, they look more so like closed, clawed fists that appear to be there. Obviously, somewhat vaporized to look like clouds, but not entirely. As you look towards them, you look back towards Zeke, it does remind you of the ability he uses to create those wraith arms that end in those claw-like limbs. Other than that, you notice that each cloud they're not symmetrical, they're not positioned and don't have a similar gap in between them. They are somewhat erratic, and it is a little bit weird, but as you move it a little bit further and start looking around, you do notice that it's some sort of faint navigation device, and each and every one of them seems to have some faint, very faint marking on them, potentially indicating some sort of constellation, maybe a star map of sorts. They're extremely faint details, but one proficient with navigator's supplies or in survival, depending on which, it could potentially identify the location.
Man. Jethers kind of just shakes his head looking down at it. Fucking monks and they're punching, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, the clouds, like, sort of look like fists more than anything. And, when you tilt it like this, Zeke, look right here. It's got, like, star shit.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've seen that before. Well, I've seen the stars before, but it's definitely a constellation I've seen.
Well, it's faint enough to that it would seem like it's trying to be hidden. So maybe if it was like deciphered, it'd be like a clue or something. I don't know.
That's bloody well. Good clue, I guess. Cheers for that. Good eye.
I hope you don't mind a possibly drastic change of subject, but do we still want to interrogate that fellow we found in that hole? I did memorize the prayer I need to speak with his body today.
Didn't we throw him overboard?
I think you
I
used
thought
that
he was
already.
still on the boat.
We used it already, I think.
Yeah, you used to speak with Dead with him. He told
That's
you
how
that
we
it
know
was
about
a
the
dragon.
Oh, we did already?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I don't even remember.
It's okay.
It was a lot. We killed the dragon. Right. So, yeah. I get back the scroll case after that entire revelation of information and sort of just silently curse at myself for my terrible eyesight and investigation skills. But, Thank you, Jethris.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, if we find someone who's like, good at that sort of stuff, like looking at stars, that could be helpful.
Pretty decent at it.
I do know one person who might be.
Is it Zeke?
Two people who might be.
Alright, enough of the cryptics. Who is it?
Well, my father knows. I do still have some of that dream dust. I mean, you probably can do it yourself. It's not no problem for that, but it is another avenue we can use.
I mean, I'm not
He
sure.
did sail on the seas quite a lot.
Well, you go into a dream, you ask him to look at the stars, then we just follow him from there.
Good.
I mean, that's a long shot. I'll be honest with you.
And wouldn't like the
Well,
stars be different like there than it would be like in this area?
That's what I mean.
well, theoretically, I could, if I can remember and see things, if I stay up tonight, I could make the dream a complete replica of this area.
That would be a marvel if you could do that. If you could like remember every single star.
But the last time I tried to remember something that was right in front of me and I studied it in detail, I kind of forgot a good portion of it. So, unless there's a way that someone could, I don't know, give me more mental acuity ability.
We can't just like sketch this on like a piece of parchment.
The problem is that I could recreate things that I remember, but it's not like I can just bring. I mean, I don't know. Can I? He asked this to himself, and I asked to Kaz. It does having it sketched out on on an object that I can carry have any weight, any change to the? Because I bring myself into the dream, so.
I am not entirely sure I follow what exactly are you trying to do. Sorry?
I would like to potentially get a sketch or a the impression of the stars above us in the night, and this item, the scroll case. I mean, scroll case is on me now, so I can probably take that out.
Yeah, you can bring it with you. Yeah, you can bring it. You do have your
Okay.
equipment.
I could try. I mean, it's a very long shot idea, but I'll be honest. This dust is burning a proverbial hole in my pocket, and I'll still have one left after that.
How much does it cost?
The dust?
Yeah.
Uh, it was given to me by the Church of Arvindor, I believe.
Oh, is it magical?
Yes.
Then never mind.
Yes, I believe it is. It is. They're magical items. I mean, maybe if I keep one, I could. There's a potential that Nathaniel could learn how to reproduce it.
I mean, sure. I mean, we could do that. And like, maybe we can try and reproduce it tonight. But also, we could have Zeke try and decipher it tonight too. Like when the stars are out. Like we could do those concurrently, and then if
True.
Zeke fucks up, then we still got Nathaniel scrawling shit.
Well, I think that the cartographers was shown to be. I guess survival is what Zeke would have to make, right?
Yeah.
So, it's Zeke making it at normal, and then if I
with
use the dream spell
inspiration.
with inspiration, I could potentially also contact Father Regulus,
Papa.
and potentially get some ability out of it. That's my idea. Not entirely out of the realm of possibility, I guess. So it's whatever we want to do. But I guess if the more things we do to try and get information, the more information we'll get. It doesn't hurt to have the same answer from two sources if it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, well, either way, that's something we can decide tonight because, like, it's super easy to do. You just have to look at the stars. As long as do I look in the sky? Are there clouds in the sky? Are there a lot of clouds today?
There are definitely some clouds, but they probably don't matter because clouds are irregular. They do not have a specific place in the sky that they remain as stars do.
Yeah. Jethris just shrugs. I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. We can literally do it like every night we're in town. Like, it's not a big deal. But yeah, Shay, you can take some scale if you want. I don't give a shit. I mean, I was asking for something to spruce up this whole thing. Anyway.
Yeah, sure, just a few, just enough to make stuff out of. That's all. You can use the rest for whatever else your heart desires. Just, I don't know. I thought it might be a nice touch. They are a very shiny, pretty green color.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I guess I'll mosey on down and grab that statue. Unless we have anything else that we want to say.
I think we're good.
Are you reducing its size, remind me, Jethros, or are you using... I think you're using reduce and then you're making animated
Yep.
performance, correct?
Reduce and then animate performance. Yep. So it'd be 2 slots, 2/3 for me.
Everyone from the town will be looking at a flying statue.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, I'd like to think it like actually kind of like moves and does the whole like Bambi like flying walk. But
It's just no
I
clipping.
also
That's all it is.
no, yeah, I also just like the idea of it just solidly moving, just like no movement to its arms, legs, or whatever. It just kind of goes.
I mean, big
Doors.
rubber hose animated arms come out of its side, but that's about it.
Nice.
And as you use your magic and create a kind of a show for the town as everyone looks onto the riverboat, the statue animating and start flying off to the distance, you move towards what appears to be the worshipping place of Lady Doom, a house that appears to be at the very end of a small hill overlooking the river over there. As from inside there, you can see a number of people looking outside, most of them in ragged clothing, but also a priest Darek that is looking at this very much confused as it lands on their front yard. Right behind it, there seems to be quite the group of individuals that slowly approach.
Y'all lose something?
This is your doing? The priest will turn and speak toward you. Black clothing is what you see, and some sort of leathery armor that he wears, and also some ritualistic markings and tattoos onto his hands and arms mainly, and barely coming out from his neck too, as the priest looks towards it somewhat amazed and confused. Yes, rumor spreads quick that some very interesting people have arrived in Athon. Maybe our prayers were answered after all. May I? And he points towards the statue, trying to examine it.
Oh, yeah, sure. And Jethris motions for Muggy to calm down a bit.
The priest moves up forward and looks at it. This is great craftsmanship. Where did you find this?
It was just sitting in a fucking dragon's lair. I mean, you know, you find things and you take them, you know. But Reg over here said there was like some religious importance to it.
I don't see any religious markings on it, but we have been praying to Lady Doom to spare us our recent troubles. And he looks towards this. Her most holy and sacred animal arrives lying in here. Can only be described as a good sign or a good omen. It means that she heard our prayer.
Yeah, sure.
I am Priest Dark, the lone priest of this town. I've seen your arrival from the riverboat. Heard some stories about you. Rumors spread fast in the place. Not a big village. You've come to Lady Doom's house. How can I help you?
I mean, I was just bringing it up here to see if y'all wanted it.
Contribution to the temple? That is very generous. Sure, it will contribute heavily to bolstering our faith and her power. Might spare us this time.
As he asks if it's a contribution, Jethris kind of just looks back to the rest of the group, with eyes saying, do I have to?
I mean, you bloody well brought the thing to him.
Jethris will turn back around, I guess. What were you saying? Go ahead.
Priest Derek, we understand that your town and your temple are currently under resource constraints due to some trouble you're having out in the fields. Perhaps if we can also maybe help with that trouble as well, you would see fit to speak with Major Nisa about rewarding my friends here.
I I do not have to consult Mayor for this, for I am aware that this is the only building this place that holds any wealth. But I cannot give you our people's sacrifice for it. It will null them all. But I can offer you something. He takes a quick look of you, can offer you a lucky charm of of hers. Has some magic with it, some magic that might help you escape a dire fate. Lady Doom might save you. Out of character, just to make certain that I'm getting my point across, he's offering 7 minor magic items in return.
Seems like a fair trade instead of lugging this thing around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds fair. What do you guys think?
I mean, sure, why not? I guess. I mean, win in earthen.
I'm fine with that.
Well, hopefully you can solve whatever is that is making quite a problem for our farmers to continue the work. By Lady Doom's bad breath, I hope she will look away in your endeavors to do this. Spare you of the misfortune.
Yeah. Do you want me to like? Where do you want this thing? I mean, I can set it down anywhere, but like, I doubt you guys will be able to carry it.
I well point into the inside. Hopefully, if it's large as it is, it can move through the door, and he will give you some pointers to put it pretty much at the center of the interior of this house.
Jethris like tries a couple times trying to get the antlers through the door and twists it a bunch and like eventually gets it in.
I'll prepare those charms. Hopefully, by the time you have returned with whatever is pillaging and giving our people a hard time on those fields, I'll have them perfect.
Mm. Thumbs up.
I assume your next stop is toward the tavern to get some rest, or are you going towards the field to look for this creature? Just to make certain.
I guess we're going to rest, right? I mean, what time is it now? It was midday last time we checked.
So I guess afternoon it's right now. You could definitely just go have the day to yourselves, and then, the day by meaning the hours of the night as well to have a feast, enjoy, and then come back at the early morning. Entirely up to how you want to do.
Yeah, maybe we should head back to the town where we can work on the jewelry. I got some things to write.
Sounds good to me.
And at this point, we'll take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll be back for the next.
That's what you think.
Alrighty.
Take 10, everyone.
GG, guys. We got rid of the stag chew
Good job.
for no money. Yes.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I am actively stressed right now for the last 5 minutes.
Why?
I'm trying to fucking get the pre-order of the collector's edition for God of War.
Oh.
Or
Oh, is that coming out
fucking
soon?
It's literally the pre-order opens today, and then it's coming out. I
Oh.
think November.
Ugh. So far away. I don't care.
I care about the fucking collector's edition, but none of my retailers are working.
We gotta go get my sketty.
Those fucking Canadians.
Are we on break?
Yep.
I don't know if you can hear my vocal cat.
Yes. We hear Cat.
I'm back.
Back to.
What are you trying to craft, Satrix?
So first, I think I was just gonna like set the emerald into something simple for Jethris and for his genie friend. And then he gave me another necklace to actually like kind of do something with. So I was gonna think of ideas and figure out how I could make it less ugly.
But in general, items more for show. You're not if it's for appearances, like to create and pretty much add some value to an art object and whatnot, something like that, right?
Yeah, for his it's more of just like adding. I guess it would add value if it looked prettier, but yeah, it's not changing anything about it other than
Okay.
like I'm gonna make it look better. And then for the emerald, it would be more of like just he said something simple to start with, so I was just gonna try to make something very like elegant, probably with some of the gold I have to set that in.
I see. Just to make certain, I show. I think it was last thing, Satrix. Last week, I was looking at the character sets. I saw that you had the amulet of the devout. I think that was Nathaniel's old amulet, correct?
Yes.
However, this item only works on clerics of the Moon Maiden, which you are not. So technically, it shouldn't work on you. However, you are a jewel crafter, so you should be able to use it as a set piece and craft or carve one appropriate for your faith, the yellow gold, that is, and Muriel in general.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I'll definitely do that.
You would need, because I'm looking right now, a topaz gemstone in order to do so. This is the favored mineral of the yellow gold and its agents.
Okay.
It is a 500 gold coin gemstone. I don't know if you currently have one in the party loot or somewhere around. I'm not sure if you'll be able to find it here, but once you find that and use the former amulet as pretty much as a design and as a pattern, you should be able to create your own. And depending on rolls, it can be as potent as well as your faith requires.
Yeah, I definitely don't have a 500 gold piece topaz on me, so I will have to try to find one.
Yeah, make a note of that, and hopefully it can work. Go ahead.
It's got the antique shop,
Jeffers.
right?
That
Yeah, I
is
can
true.
ask there.
And she had a freaking expensive opal. So,
Fire opal, yeah.
jeez Louise. I don't know anything about gems, but
They are expensive.
I mean, the Fire Opal set that you were looking at is an art piece which costs about 2,500 gold coins itself, like an art object. So she's making a little bit of gain by selling it at a higher price.
oh yeah. I figured
That's
she
why
was
it's
upselling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there many rich? Do we see any like estates or like
Not really.
plantations or anything of like wealthy
Not
nobles?
really. The most rich as a building or looking expensive would be the mayor's house. It had a second floor as well over to here, which you went in. It's nothing that much. And for sure, though the antique shop has a lot of value in here, it might take years before she's able to sell something from all those. So she's not making that much out of all this. Obviously, you come here are turning all of those things around with all of the money that you have. And potentially the only other building that actually does look somewhat expensive and that it has some wealth on it, it is the House of Lady Doom, which is something that tends to happen in these towns as they give most of their wealth, towns usually give their wealth to the church in those areas. Aside from that, the town is generally in a poor state. But the half-elf is probably making a lot of money out of it. Good money, that is.
Okay, I'll at least check with her then and see if there's anything here. And if there's not, then I guess the next time we come across a bigger town or something like that, I'll try to find one.
Just to make certain, let's see if she actually has any topaz gemstones. Satrix, roll me 5d6. If you roll a single 6 on all those, there is actually a topaz there.
All right, 5d6. Here we go.
Yes.
No, so sad.
Oh.
Sadly, not topaz.
Okay.
Gotta get her shit together. Come on, give me a topaz.
I was rolling with those. And given that everyone is almost back or already back, we can continue on as you have went and spoken to potentially everyone that you were interested in. Other than that, it is still a matter of fact how you wish to use the remaining of the time. Nightfall has, as the sunset has gone down, you can see the night sky slowly, which does allow for Zeke to attempt his survival check with all of those notes. Please.
Definitely. Nice. You want me to roll it now?
Go
Jethris,
Go for it.
seeing Zeke look up at the sky, is going to start a really annoying clickety-clacking tune on his spoons for bardic inspiration.
This isn't helping.
Looks like it's not, but it actually might. Roll with the 2d8s. I think it's 2d8s, right?
Yeah,
2d8.
2d8, choose higher.
Just a 4. That's a 25.
It's pretty good.
As you look into the night sky and Zeke, as you do so, it doesn't seem to signal to the star that your nomadic tradition and your monastic ways have been using us to channel their focus. It rather seems to be, as you're looking and overlooking it, to the western side. As you look towards there, there lie the hills that potentially are the place for the monastery. You have a route towards there. Maybe this is a signal of where the monastery lies. You have the path, technically, towards there.
I'll point towards the hills next to Jethros and just. I think that's the way. From what I can tell, anyway.
See, I told you the tomb was help.
They actually numbed my mind to the point where I wasn't thinking anymore, so yeah, cheers.
Right, well, time to, rejoice. Head back, work on shit. I can sleep.
There's not a lot to rejoice around here, there's no bloody alcohol.
I mean, Zeke, if you want, could see if I could get back on that boat and grab some.
Was there much left? I thought the guards had confiscated it all.
Oh shit, had they?
I'm presuming at this stage. Not sure it's worth the trouble. I can deal with that egg for a little while.
Judas will speak up from behind. Well, at the very least, we can feast on the dragon's meat today, my fellow soldiers.
Great.
Have some faith. And indeed, as you will move towards the tavern, the innkeeper, the one you saw earlier on, seems to have already prepared the dragon's meat, though it is definitely more on the medium rare category. It's not very much well done, as Judas seems to be already enjoying. Judas will turn towards the rest of the group. Come on, give it a go, if you will. It doesn't taste as bad as you.
Goel will take a big haunch and a big orc bite out of the meat.
You see, Goel has the meat still, as it might not have been very much. It hasn't turned into crispy and not at all cooked very well. It seems that it is still very hard to chew on and nearly leaves a metallic taste right after the bite. It's definitely not the best thing that you have ever eaten, but it's not as bad, not half.
Yeah, Jethers will sit down and take a big old alligator bite as well, out of a rare part.
And I don't suppose someone here has proficiency with cooked utensils, just to make certain.
No, but I've winged it multiple times.
I'll assume that as much. Jeffries, you can as well tell that this is not terrible by no means. Does nothing that you would fancy. If you were to rate it, it would probably be something along the lines of 4 out of 10.
Good old home cooking.
Judas will ask for anyone to partake in this. Go ahead. I was about to speak.
I suppose at some point in the night, Jethris is gonna, sit next to Shatrix and pull out his periapt, as they had been discussing.
Yeah, can you kind of give me a description of what it looks like?
Sure, I can even give you a picture, I guess. It's essentially like a ruby, like a gem, like a cluster of like three rubies set in like two outstretched hands. Outstretched gold filigree hands.
Okay, it looks like that. She looks at it and she's like, I can see why you don't like the hands. They're a bit, it's a bit heavy.
It's a
That's
lot.
a lot.
It's a lot. It doesn't really like fit my motif.
No. Let's see what I can do with this here. And she'll she'll take that piece to work on it first, I guess tonight. And with the hands, she's going to kind of looking at Jethris and his kind of like, would it be fair to say you have like I heard you describe him as like a lizard cowboy before. Does he kind of have that like rustic?
Yeah, he's a hick. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So she'll kind of work and kind of like just like heat the hands a little bit, trim back a lot of what's on there. And instead of having like those hands, by the end of the night, you'll kind of see that like the outline of each of the gems, there's like a solid gold line kind of around it. And there are some like geometric patterns kind of on the bottom. So like where the wrists are now, it's like a geometric pattern of like diamonds kind of sitting on top of each other. So it makes the whole thing kind of just look a little bit more symmetrical and geometric. Not overly ostentatious, but definitely nice.
Have you seen those? They're kind of like a replacement for a tie that cowboys wear. It's like a cord that
tie?
goes. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
What do you think of one of those?
I would love that. I have that on one of the other characters.
Okay. I mean, it does have a chain, so I can kind of work it, and I can add, like if you add these, she's like, I've never seen one of those, but I think I know what you're talking about. And she'll add, instead of it being like a solid, like a flimsy kind of like chain, she'll make more of like a solid metal, almost like, not like a torque, but like a heavier kind of like rope-like metal chain. So instead of that, you can have that, and you can wear it up around your neck, and it kind of like, the chain will extend down, I guess, past where the gems hang, so you can like adjust the length. And she'll put a little clasp with some like circles in, so you can pick which length that you'd like.
That's awesome. Oh wow. I mean, I guess you're presenting it now. I don't.
Yeah, and so she kind of shows it to you first. And you're kind of like, oh, okay, not bad. And then we get the I don't even know what they're called. Do they have a name?
It's a bolo tie.
A bolo tie. You get the bolo tie idea, and she goes back and she adds her finishing touches, and then she'll present you with the finished piece later.
Oh wow, that's really. I mean, that's kind of homely. Thank you.
I'm glad you like it. I figured, just some simple, nice little geometric shapes might fit your style a little better. And I really like this like bolo tie thing. I've never really seen it before.
Oh, we there's a lot. Where we settled down, it was a fashion statement to say the least, but I think I can pull it off. Thank you.
Welcome. It definitely looks good on you. I have to buy some more supplies, and then I'll get to work on some of the other things, but hopefully this will tide you over, at least for a little bit.
And yeah, Jethris will. He usually had it like tied to like an overall strap, like under his clothing, but he's actually gonna put it over his neck and present it. Yeah.
Regulus is just sort of sitting at at the table where everyone else, I guess, where everyone else is sitting, and he's just sort of hasn't really eaten anything, and he's just sort of sitting there with poking at the one of the Stardust vials on the table, just sort of clinking it against the surface.
Goel rips out a big piece of meat and hands it to Regulus.
Oh, no thanks, Goel. I'm
You
okay.
must try this.
I'm sure I can go without.
It is part of the hunt. The creature that you have killed. You must partake in its meat. Otherwise, the kill will be useless. Its life will be in vain.
I think all of you are.
I force it down his mouth.
Oh my god.
I mean, physically, I don't think I can do anything about that. I can't. Acrobatics, I guess, would be to dodge out of the way.
I mean, for sure, if you were to prove some resistance, Goel would be trying, at the very least, to get you to attempt it. Make me, I guess, an athletics versus acrobatics.
So my acrobatics?
Yes, I assume you're using acrobatics instead of athletics, that is.
Yeah. Nah, I don't even think. I think he's I think
you
he.
know.
Yeah. He
That's
just goes.
plus
No, no. And he just takes a. He takes a forceful bite so that you don't like shove all of it down his fucking throat, and he goes.
It's not the worst thing, Regulus, that you've tried, but it's definitely not the best. It's not as bad. But it's definitely not something that you fancy. You can easily eat it if you will, but yeah.
Yeah, Regulus just eats that bite and goes, thanks, Goel. It really showed me the light of the hunt.
Got a huge orc hand on his back.
You are quite welcome.
To say if you slap him on the back, you might throw him across the table.
The meat comes back up.
Constitution save.
I mean, I could make that. I think at least, but I'm not gonna roll for my every individual thing. But yeah, he after he satisfies the hunt from Goel there, he'll just sort of go back to poking at the Stardust vial, or one of the ones he has left. A lot less jovial and talkative than he normally is.
You what? Good. Red, you all right? I mean,
Sorry, what?
you all right?
Oh yeah, fine. Just thinking.
Oh, all right. You're just usually like yelling your head off, so I'm confused.
Well, I came up with the idea, and I guess it's just I want to do the idea, but there's a danger to it. There's an unknown aspect to it, and I don't know. I guess I'm just contemplating it.
Oh, all right.
You can see at the tavern there is not really that much people. In fact, you're the only group of people that are in here. After hearing about the whole town being somewhat on the dry side, both from alcohol consumption and from wealth in general, you can tell that people are not able to afford right now night. It does paint a sad picture over to the heroic feast you would hope to have, but at the very least you've managed to to make somewhat of a triumphant victory for the group, and you're on the right track. You've heard already a certain amount of information that seems to be giving you leads towards the monastery, Zeke's old master as well.
So yeah, in the morning are we heading out to the crops first, or Zeke? Did you find any sort of direction?
I mean, yeah, I've got the direction, but if you just want to take a look at those crops first.
Well, I don't know. Does your monastery like move? Like, is it going anywhere?
I don't know. Given the reputation of my crowd, I wouldn't be surprised if it does move, but it's a monastery.
Yeah, I mean, typically those things don't like grow legs and walk away, but I mean,
exactly. Well, the secrets have been kept. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. And plus, it doesn't sound like it's really too operational if they're salvaging things, right? Like that's that case.
Yeah, I suppose.
Anything else somebody would like to be doing before you go for the long rest?
Jethro just sits scribing some arcane lettering on some scrolls, and that's about it.
Just I don't know if it. I was more of also a question towards Kaz. Is it more of a? Is the information sort of pretty much already done, or with what?
Pretty much, yeah. In regards to the survival check, yeah, definitely.
So nothing's pretty much needed on the where part.
Yep. I assume everyone will as well partake on a little bit of those celebrations and get some very much needed rest to prepare for your next day. Roll, you are done sitting around and enjoying reaping the results of your actions. It is time to act anew. For those that partook on the Dragonic Feast, that is Jethros, Goel, Regulus, as well, I leave it to Nathaniel and Satrix if they chose to partake as well. I do need a Constitution saving throw.
It would have been the food that was offered, so I don't see why she wouldn't have eaten it.
Poison meat.
Yep.
And I guess we're near Judas, right? No.
And Goel as well. I guess, Zeke, you can make me one, though it really wouldn't matter for you. Just check.
Roll a what?
A Constitution saving throw.
Feeling sick anyway with the lack of alcohol in his bloodstream.
I think Judas Order does not work while he's sleeping. So we can ignore the.
Come on.
Yeah, I think it doesn't work while you are unconscious.
19 doesn't save? Wow. Okay.
19 does not save. So in midst of that night and by the end of the morning,
Can I
Goel,
use inspiration? Or is
go
it
for
too
it.
late?
I guess would you use it before you know that 19 does not save?
No, honestly, I thought 19 would save, but yeah.
Yeah, so don't use your inspiration for this. As Goel, Nathaniel, and Jethros, you all wake up with a terrible pain in your stomach. You are all currently poisoned. As Zeke,
I'm a lizard.
you realize as well that there was something wrong with what you ate, though keeping a little bit more and asserting a little bit more control over your body, you were able to ignore those effects, pretty much your purity of body effect. You do realize that this could potentially be a nightmare. Regulus and Satrix do feel certain unpleasantness and unsettledness, but other than that, you're more than fine. But the other three of you are poisoned. And you wake up with a terrible ache. Stomach.
When I I assume that both when Shatrix and Regulus wake up, everyone's kind of like doing the I ate some bad Taco Bell moan in the bed, like sort of thing. And
Judas as well.
Never trusting. Yeah, I was gonna say, never trusting Judas's food ideas ever again.
Out of terrible guilt for that, I'm sure Judas would expend some player hunts to cure those that had suffered.
As opposed to him giving out his his long rest pool of HP, I will find 2 people. How many people in total are poisoned?
Goel, Nathaniel, and Jethro. Judas will do it on himself.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
So it's just Nathaniel and Jethros.
And if Goel used the laser restoration, then he's not. But yeah.
Right. So for Nathaniel and Jethros, Regulus will get them side by side, and I will use a lesser restoration, and I will twin it with 2 sorcery points.
What were you doing? I'm fine. What are you doing? Come on, I'm fine.
You don't look it.
Look at me. I'm fine. Jethros is sweating under his scales.
I'm looking at you, and you've somehow changed colors, and I don't think you're like a chameleon lizard folk. So take your medicine, and Regulus will get both Nathaniel and Jethros restored.
Am I still able to prepare spells as normal?
Yes, you did. You did have the long rest, but you do wake up with this terrible. I do also need another Constitution save for those that fail this. But this one is a much easier one. So Goel, Zik as well on that.
Don't worry, I'll fail. It's fine.
I'm just rolling for my recharges.
Everyone succeeded except Nathaniel because the +2 does not apply to here. This is as you do wake up. Though it might be redundant, but just to double check, if Nathaniel you still have the level of exhaustion from last night, you do not regain this.
Oof.
You do not. You do not lose it. That is.
I don't have a level of exhaustion marked
So
on
you're
my
more than
sheet.
fine. So you're more than fine. Pretty much at the end of the long rest, you wouldn't be fully rested, as in you wouldn't recover the level of exhaustion, but you didn't have one, so you're more than fine. You don't get an additional one.
I think we should avoid dragon meat in the future. This didn't turn out so well, guys.
Oh, maybe if we had like a good cook or something. I don't know.
I mean, but isn't it? I feel like it's more a quality of the meat than of the cook.
Well, I mean, people do on some of the coasts eat pufferfish, and those are like really, really, really poisonous, and you can still enjoy it. Just death.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain ways to prepare everything. You don't prepare like a fish like you would like a nice steak.
true. It would be a very gross fish.
And likewise, I don't think, Mr. Tavern Chef in there, experiences much dragon in his life.
Well, I guess I would try it one more time if we found an expert dragon meat chef, but I don't feel like we probably will find one of those on our travels.
I mean, it's a poisonous dragon, right? I mean, it was breathing poison on us. Maybe its meat is also poisonous. Maybe it's just the green ones that we need to worry about.
Maybe if we find a red dragon. Oh, I guess we didn't really try that, did we? I guess we were kind of
found a red dragon.
Maybe
you
red
probably wouldn't
dragons
even
are
have to cook it.
spicy.
Yeah, you probably don't even have to cook it, really. It's probably already done.
Up then.
Maybe. What would a blue dragon taste like?
It's electrifying.
A
It,
bit
it
numbing.
shocks you as you
Yeah.
eat it, like when you eat jellyfish.
Oh my god.
We don't want to try red dragon, oh boy.
Speaking of food, I guess we should, check out this town's food problem, since they're starving and stuff.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, let's go see if this monster is real.
Maybe the townsfolk poisoned us.
I
Don't think they
that's the
did
case.
that.
Jethris
it
squints at Goel. You think so?
Says the two people who survived the poisoning.
Only the weaklings will be poisoned.
I mean, you were poisoned.
Judas will tell. Go ahead, girl. Sorry.
I was not.
Judas will turn towards the group. I'll go look for Julius. I do have a few things I want to run by him, and I want to send a letter back home. Would you mind if you were to do this little crops investigation without me? I'll catch up with you as soon as I can.
I guess we can survive. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of dangerous looking at some plants.
Besides, I have no knowledge in regards to those. So, you probably do not need me for it.
Well, look forward to seeing you soon. Stay safe.
And Judas will wave to the group and move back to the town looking for Julius. As the group will and shall return towards the crop fields that Goel was able to look earlier on yesterday. It does seem, as mentioned earlier on, the most of those crops, all of those, seem to be in dire state. But not all of them look similar. Some of them look withered, wilted, black and grey in color, as they've lost all hue or any color from them. Others, however, look extremely colorful and in multiple shades for a single plant, though overgrown and nearly blown apart. It's a weird sight, however you try and cut it. This is the farmlands that the farmers earlier on talked to you about, Nathaniel. You use your magic, Nathaniel, and since it's also consecrated or desecrated, as you use your magic around here, you do not feel a presence not of an undead, not of a celestial, a fiend, a fae, an umberland creature, or anything like that. However, do make me, I guess it is an investigation check using your spellcasting modifier, using your wisdom. If you don't have proficiency in investigation, just make me a wisdom check.
Can I give him guidance as he's going around investigating?
Sure. That is not a very potent
Natural one.
Yeah.
Nathaniel, you use your magic though. You get a very faint feel of a magical presence around you, not much of like a magical aura, more so of an outsider's influence, that is, but you cannot narrow it down. You cannot really tell. Not as a presence, like a creature, more as an effect on the region.
Okay, that's all right. So this is step 2, but it'll take me 10 minutes to ritual cast while my
Okay.
comrades do stuff.
I'll give time to the others. Go ahead, Jethros. You were about to say something.
Yeah, I think Jethris, looking at the plants, he'll scoop up a bit of the soil in his hands, and he'll try and sift through it a bit. Just I guess what he's looking for is any sort of like residue of either a like not an insecticide, but something that like could have killed the plants either naturally or in like a way of a spell.
You can make me a nature check, Jethros. I suppose you don't have proficiency with a herbalism kit.
I do not.
Okay, so make me a nature check, Jethros.
Sheesh.
It doesn't. You grab the soil and look towards it, and at some parts it's extremely dry, but in others extremely wet and moist. As you are looking at it, it seems weird, and it happens in random spots. There isn't like, oh, this area is dry and this area is moist or wet or anything like that. As you look towards it, it seems very weird, and not as if something was applied, not a residue of some sort of an ointment, not in some sort of a herbal mixture or some alchemical conjunction that could have been used. It, in a way, seems natural, but it cannot be natural for all of these plants to have been that way. It seems as for some of them, the season has passed, and for others, it seems to be the appropriate season, but they have become overgrown to an extent and bursted out of this constant blooming source, whatever that is.
Furrows.
Which is extremely weird for all of those plants you look around you are of similar harvesting time.
He furrows his brow and thinks about it. Letting anyone else do what they want.
Mm-hmm. Regulus, Zeke, Goel, or Satrix, anything you guys would like to be doing in the meanwhile?
Unfortunately, I can't persuade the plants. So, well, I guess it probably is investigation, but can I, from a distance, like get up on top of this spot here, sort of like stand at this corner fence, and just sort of look around, see if I spot any like evidence of people moving through here, or
You can make me a perception check, but on probably so you can look into the crop fields on one of the large rocks. You should on those large boulders you should be standing on in order to make it. You choose one suits your needs.
I like this rock.
I like rocks. Give me a perception.
All right. I adjust my glasses, so now it's a fail. I'll spend a sorcery point. There we go.
Way better. You notice Regulus not that far off from you. Small dagger pose of that size, probably, that appear to be there. You look left and right, and you can see in other places big holes, such as this one. As you try to perceive the area around and look if you can spot something, you do hear a faint sound of the crops moving a little bit, kind of just against the wind, as more as if something is rampaging through, or as they are attacked from within, something like that. There is
Right.
some sort of movement or some sort of noise, very faint, that comes in the area.
Regulus is gonna look over towards Jethris, where he's sort of like already in the crop fields a bit, and say, Jethris, you might want to just step out of the field.
Jethris sifts the dirt in his hands. What's wrong?
I think something is, or some things are living underneath crop field.
All right. Good.
I don't mean just regular things. Something big. Several things are big.
All right. Jethris is gonna take one more scoop of the soil and try and tiptoe out of the field. I'd like to make an active stealth check.
Go for it.
Oh my gosh.
Could you just share some with the rest of the class?
Maybe
Is
when I
this
give
like
you
your
bardic.
okay? I was gonna say.
And yeah, Jethris will step out holding the taken soil.
In the meanwhile, just to make certain that I give everyone a chance to act, Goel, anything you would like to be doing?
Yeah, I'd like to sneak in. See if I can use my cloak to its advantage. And Snow Song will follow. And try and hide by a tree. Hide in plain sight.
For sure. Make as Goel will move a little bit to the side and try to obscure himself from the nearby vicinity.
Do I need to roll?
I think you make, as a bonus action, you make a stealth check. You can
Yeah,
hide, so you
hide
make
as
a
a
stealth
bonus.
check.
Yeah, okay. That's the only benefit it gives. Okay. Yeah.
As potent as you can, that is. As in the meanwhile, anything for you, Zik?
I'm gonna move up to Regulus and just kind of backing him down. I'm not sure standing up on top is going to be the best idea in a second.
I kind of feel comfortable more on a big rock than on solid ground right now. Kaz.
Go ahead.
So, what? Well, this probably would be another one of those history texts that Regulus is great at. There would have been stories of, I'm pretty sure, potentially the creatures that could be under here.
Use that information if you will to your advantage. You don't have to make me history check. I'll leave
Okay.
that to you.
My parents encountered creatures like this in a crop field near the port city of Bright Wharf. They burrowed underground and were infesting the farm fields. I think they were monk eggs or some type of insectoid creature. If this is what that is, then it could be something else, but whatever is happening around here is burrowing. So be careful of where you step and listen for your ground.
All right.
Cedric, anything you would like to be doing in the meanwhile? Just to give everyone a quick chance to act.
Yeah, so everyone's kind of going off and doing their own investigation. She knows she's not really good at like understanding. I mean, she has like a basic understanding of how plants work and stuff. So instead, she's just kind of gonna stay where she is and just kind of like, being a light cleric and follower of the Yellow God who has like ties to the sun and everything. She's just gonna try to like find that connection within herself and just, does the sunlight here feel weird or like it's any different than normal?
I guess make me either a nature or a religion check. I'm okay with either way because it has ties to your religion. If you have proficiency in that, might as well use it.
I have proficiency in neither. They're exactly the same, I think.
Sadly.
We'll go with a religion and just see what happens.
Seeing that, the steam is pouring out of Shadrick's ears, Jethris is gonna yell over to her. You think about something hard, Jay?
Not thinking, just kind of connecting and trying to sense. I mean, I don't know. I know it's important for plants to have good sunlight, and I didn't know if, like, maybe they're being scorched or something's altered. I don't know. I'm just thinking of things.
All right, well, you got a good head on your shoulders. Just keep it there. And he's going to give you Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
Go for it, save.
All right, I'll roll it. It's a D8.
2d8.
It's 2d8, and you keep the higher one. So
14.
that's a 14 in total. It's a decent enough check as you look up towards the sky. Obviously, it blinds you a little bit as you turn back looking down. You don't feel anything different. You don't feel like something has changed, like the sun is too hot or the heat is intense or anything like that. It doesn't seem like those plants, from what you see, have been much affected by it. If anything, this one at the very least seems normal. You can even feel this heat that regenerates, or not regenerates, more so refreshes your innate connection to the sun a little bit. This morning prayer, as you usually have, you can feel Muriel's light and the Yellow God's light on you. It doesn't seem like anything different from that.
Okay. She'll kind of like, stay there, eyes kind of closed, maybe like arms outstretched for a few moments, and then she'll kind of say to Jethros, I don't think anything is, I think it's all normal. It feels like it should. I can feel the power. I can feel the sunlight.
And Jethros, you wanted to do something more, as you said?
Yeah, sure. That's cool. And Jethris would like to just put the cup soil on a rock for a second, and he'll like to walk over to a plant in the field on the edge. If you can find it, one that's not already dead but is in the process of wilting. Could you find one?
Sure.
And he'll take out his magical banjo and pluck a few strings. And he'll cast Cure Wounds through it on the plant. It's a creature.
Works.
Yeah, it's just a creature.
I don't think it technically works towards there, but I guess give me. I'm not sure what to do. Use for that. I guess in investigation you can use your charisma a little bit.
Oh, all right.
Given that it's your spellcasting modifier instead of your investigation. Intelligence.
That would be +3. So 28.
Okay, so 28. Once again, a very potent check as Jethro uses a little bit of magic to see how the plant would react to it. And for sure, there is no sentience in the land, and you can feel it. It doesn't feel like, even in the nearby vicinity, there is some overgrown plant like monstrosity or a creature that could lurk. There does not seem to be any indication of such a thing like that. Yet as you are doing so, and you move a little bit closer, you all hear a quake. As from all sides, something seems to be approaching. And I would like some initiative.
Kaz, I don't suppose during this entire time, I was trying to get towards it before you started that. After my perception check, do we have a minute to cast that Gift of Alacrity?
A whole minute, I wouldn't say, but if you want to move a little bit further, not really. If you want to move a little bit further, yes, you're able to do it.
Move a bit further? What do you mean?
If you want to move somewhere else, that is.
You mean like for the next encounter? I don't understand what you're talking about.
For this one.
For this encounter.
So what I'm hearing is like, we can't use it for this encounter.
Nope.
You cannot use, Gift of Alacrity for sure not for this encounter.
Pain.
Yes.
Extra pain.
Roll initiative?
We are.
We are.
Yeah, Goel, you piss off the plants.
Whoops.
Definitely not the plants. There are no sentient plants here.
You pissed off the ground.
When is my inspiration? My cat wants to go outside of the room.
Yeah. I think I miss only Nathaniel's check. And as everyone hears this sudden shake into the ground, from over there, bursting out of it, indeed, as Regulus described, these insectoid creatures just jump. It for a second looks back from where it came, and then starts burrowing and rushing towards the group's people. And it has another 20 feet of movement, so it will come over next towards Regulus. The creature rushes towards there and will attempt to bite Regulus. But I do not think that as Goel, you're up next. You see this you see that insectoid creature, and you can hear the land quaking, indicating there is more than just that.
There's more than just this one, okay.
Yes.
35 movement. Don't want to use my rush yet. Can I move next to Regulus? Is there a space? Or is this like a big rock?
You can move there, yeah.
Alright, adrenaline rush towards this enemy. As a bonus action. As an action, I will... Let's see, what can I do? Yeah, I'm gonna spike growth. Knowing that there are more of them. Where are they coming from exactly? That direction?
From both sides. Yeah, you can hear it from everywhere.
Yeah. Goel is gonna rush in and yell out to the part.
Prepare for a charge. They're attacking from both sides.
And as he's running, he's gonna do spike growth right about here.
Place it wherever you want.
Where are they? Like, where do I hear them or percept them coming from?
In general, in this vicinity.
That's it. That's my turn.
As onto the other side, one more of those creatures starts rushing up from there, and oops, wait, no, that's cursed towards closer target, which is over to here, and then we take a dash action to come outside as the creature start rushing towards Shadrix and Nathaniel. You're up next. I need you to take a dash action.
Spirit Guardians.
More than fine, as Nathaniel uses his magic to call onto those wisps of energy, modes of energy, like astral bodies that slowly rotate around him. Anything else, Nathaniel?
Bonus action, I will charge Lunar Recompense. Lunar Reckoning. And I will move to get a better position. Oh gosh, I guess like maybe 5 feet forward, and that'll end my turn. Is this one in the Spirit Guardians, or is it out of it?
It is.
It is? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. That'll end my turn.
As right up next, as Nathaniel uses his magic, the moment that you do so, Nathaniel, as you unleash the spell, you hear a ear-shattering sonic screech into the distance. You cannot tell really, as it happens directly as you cast the spell, if this was an effect from your magic, a residue, a weird residue from it, or it was pretty much something else that originated. But you do hear that further onto the southwestern side of this area, as indeed some more creatures seem to be coming out of the earth. And this one as well will have to take a dash action to get closer towards Jethros, as you see them, Jethros coming straight out of the ground to get you. But that is not all of them, as one more of those will get up from there and rush next to you, Jethros, and make a bite attack.
He will try, and he'll succeed. Do I get reaction? I don't know.
You can use a reaction if you will.
Okay. Yeah, I'll reaction. Fire pours from under my scales into a massive breath on this creature that has attacked me. As I cast Hellish Rebuke.
Surprisingly, the creature makes the save. It only takes 8 points of fire damage as the creature manages to bite you and leaves an acidic liquid toward you, as its saliva is adhesive and acidic. As you are grappled, Jethros and Satrix, you are up next.
All right. Well, she is going to turn around and draw Solstice. And she is going to... Wrong tool. Just measure to make sure I can get there. Yeah, I think I can get, like, around to the other side of that thing. She's going to run over to here. And she's going to take her first strike at it.
Got it. That definitely hits.
And since that hit, I'm going to use one of my superiority dice to try to push it into the Spirit Guardians.
Nice.
You can make a strength save, right?
Yes, it would be. I think it's a DC. If I click on it, it'll show up. Where is it? Pushing attack. There we go. DC 17. 18. DC 18.
It's one of those.
Well, we just recently leveled up, so it did change.
I think it's, for some reason, it's incorrect though, because
It's incorrect.
it should be DC 17, right? Because you have 5 in dexterity and 4 from proficiency, that's +9, so it should be 17, right?
That's true. It does say 17. That's why I said 17. It says, like, in the
Yeah.
attack, it says DC 17, but then when I clicked on it, it changed to 18, so I don't know what that's about.
Probably you have a global modifier from the amulet.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah, and it does not apply to this. That makes way
Yeah.
more sense. DC 17.
And it instantly needs to make a wisdom save for the spirit guardians and will take the 19 points of damage as Shatrix will strike at the creature and onto the feet of the creature as with a dexterous maneuver and pushing onto it. She will manage to hurl the creature and throw it off balance. The Yankee loses its step and falls straight into the spirit guardians where it gets scorched by them and nearly killed.
All right, and then she's going to use, let me do some measuring. I think I had like 5 feet of movement left. Yeah, I've got like 5 feet of movement left, so I'm going to start heading over here towards Jethris. And that will be everything for my turn.
Snowsong is up next.
So we'll take the hide action.
Anything else for Snowsong?
No, that's it. For now, that's it.
As right up next, you see Goel onto the ground over there. One more of those creatures will appear, and as it comes out into the spike growth it is, but it will move out quickly, so it only takes a single instance of the damage, but that does still is hard terrain, so that's 30 feet of movement to be here, and it will then dash towards you. So roll me the 2d4 Goel.
8.
Yeah, not that great, that one, as right after that, onto the other side where Jethris currently lies in Satrix, one more of those creatures will pop out, and as it does so, it will look towards Satrix and move a little bit closer towards her and unleash an acidic spray. Make my dexterity saving throws, eh? The creature spits saliva all over towards where Satrix is, and 13 is actually enough to take only 5 points of acid damage as Jethris. You're up next.
I do have the shield, so the +2 does apply, but the 13 makes it anyway. Right?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
my shield gives me
That's-
that.
Yeah. I thought it was Judas Aura. Yeah.
No. I changed the description to say Blessed Shield because I think it was definitely confusing you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all good. I'll take half,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, only 5. So Jethris, your turn.
How big is this rock right here? This big old rock.
Large, I'll say.
Okie dokie.
Good enough for a performance.
Alright. I really don't like being grappled. But also, we're surrounded. How big is this spell? 15 feet cube. No, it's not large enough, but... yeah, I'll... I'm going to... They're probably going to save against this, but I'm going to cast, a good old Thunder Wave, at... Let's say, 3rd level on these two. Or no, not third level. Holy crap. 2nd. Fuck. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. No worries.
For 13.
The one in front of you that has you grappled actually makes the save, though the other one fails and also gets 10 feet pushed back as you burst with a booming energy.
And for my bonus action, I will make a bite attack on the one grappling me.
Go for it.
So, get ready for some noms. Where is it? Come on. Here we go. Blam, 13.
Let me just check. You're not restrained. No, you're not. Okay, 13 will actually hit.
Hey! For 8 points.
A potent bite onto the creature, Jeffers. As the creature has you bitten, you just turn right back and bite at the very top of its head, at its neck, to let it, to force it to let you loose. Anything else, Jeffers?
Yeah, I rip a piece of his neck out and chomp it down, giving myself 4 temporary hit points, and that's the end of my turn.
Zeke, your turn.
Alright. I'm gonna run up next, or I guess on top of Regulus for this. Let's go into the space, and I'm gonna bounce out the arms.
Is it both creatures? Yeah, it's both creatures, so dexterity for both. Does it suffer half damage or no? No damage, I think, if it makes. Yeah. Okay.
And then I'm going to pop against the one in front of me. Oh, nice.
11 does not hit, but 28 definitely does.
Well, I rolled an 11 out of just habit. Nah, look at it. I'm just gonna roll the crit. Nice. 15. And I'm gonna try and go to hit me. I'm gonna back off 1. See if it tries to swing at me.
It will try. 23, that is.
It will succeed. Owie. Oh dear.
So it grapples, yes.
Oh, I'm grappled with bollocks. Alright, well that's not what I wanted to do. I can still hit it actually. Yeah, I'll use an Astral Vengeance, which will knock it back 10 feet.
It's a save? What is it?
Yeah.
Can't save this.
Save. 4 central.
It does not make, and it is hurled how far further away from you, and obviously the grapple will play.
So
10
feet
feet is
this bad boy.
here. So that means 44 points of damage from Gwen. As Zeke slams it and deals 11 points of force damage as the astral arms just pummel and strike the creature right back into those spikes, and it will take a little bit of extra damage from the spike growth. And the gun, Zeke.
That's me.
Regulus, you're up next.
Regulus is going to look across the battlefield and see that Jethris is being bothered quite a bit. Those two were bloodied. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize a bonus action to sacrifice my Pact Warlock slot. And then I'm going to immediately twin a spell. I will twin second level Vortex Warp, or we'll take Shunt. And I will target these 2 bugs up here. I think they're in my range.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I think you have to move a little bit, but you don't take opportunity attacks from warrior, so.
Right. I'll
you
move
have
just
to
a
go
bit.
here.
I'll go hide behind Nathaniel in his safety burning bubble. So yeah, they both have to be within 90 feet of me. They are. So they both have to make con saves. They both fail, and they're going right in the middle of the spike growth over here.
As Regulus points towards those creatures, lightning bursts out of his hands and slams them to the ground. As a lightning bolt will come straight out of the sky, zap them, and force them to disappear. As a potent thunderous one will hit the center of the spike growth and force them to appear. Over here, I don't know where you want them to be.
Yeah, like whatever way gets them the most inconvenienced by the spike growth. I would have put them in the middle of the Spirit Guardians, but I think if we want to, Nathaniel can just move towards them and make their lives terrible, if he wants to. So that's that. I can teleport So I twinned a spell. And that teleport is going to take me back up on this rock.
And anything else, Regulus?
That's it.
From inside there is one more Unkick that will burst out of the ground, and as it does so, it will. This is all of its movement. Get here, and it's also 44 damage Goel. And it will take a good amount of damage from the spikes as it screeches in pain, and it will turn towards you, Goel, and breathe acid towards you. It will do it like that way, so it can actually hit both Zeke and Goel. So both Zeke and Goel make me a dexterity saving throw.
Damn.
Well, still, Zeke, due to your evasion, you do take half damage, so only 4 points of acid damage, and Goel as well, the same thing. But Goel, I need a con save for your spike growth.
Oh, I have 4 temp HP from adrenaline.
So you don't need to make me any con save, as the other Ankig over here will try to move out from the... it will actually, in pain as it is, it will bury a hole onto the spike growth and just move through the ground and will use all of its burying speed to come up straight out of there and avoid the damage from it, as it will... It's not intelligent enough, so it moves into Spirit Guardian area, and as it bursts out of the ground, it will be scorched by the Spirit Guardians and go down as Goel, you're up next.
Alright, gonna attack the one in front of me right here. 3 times. Recklessly.
That hits.
And bonus action attack again.
That hits. One, two, 3 strikes onto the creature Goel as it is bleeding heavily. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
The Arctic that is next to Nathaniel's Spirit Guardians will just get scorched as it is trying to find its footing. Even if I make the save, it will die. As Nathaniel, your turn.
That's okay. All right, I will move 20 feet. Will get me here. And let's try and TK push this fellow 5 feet in this direction. DC is 16 for the strength save. Alright.
So he
He'll
takes
take
24
his-
points of damage.
Yeah, he'll take his Goel damage. Goel, do you want to roll?
Up to you. Do you want to?
Go for it. Go ahead and roll. It's your spike growth. It's fun. And then I'm gonna smack the dude in front of me with that. So that was my bonus action. Action. I'm gonna smack the dude in front of me with Lunar Reckoning, which I charged last turn. The 14 gonna hit.
14 hits.
All right. 3 psychic damage. 10 bludgeoning damage, and I will use Crusher to knock him 5 feet into the spikes as well. Oh, he's dead. Never mind.
It will die from the damage as you just slam your club Nathaniel towards it, hurl it further, but the Ankig is already dead.
Okay. In that case, I guess no one else is within reach, huh? So I'll just end my turn there.
And all of you hear wings flapping into the distance. Everyone, make me a perception check.
What do I see with my special eyes? Nothing.
As from up and above, behind the into the distance, the sky is a little bit cloudy. Yet you see a very big shadow. That is for Satrix, Nathaniel, and Goel. Regulus and Jethro, you cannot see exactly what form lies over there. You just hear the sound of flapping wings. And Nathaniel, Satrix, you can tell whatever it is of huge size. It appears to have a single set of wings and what appears to be a tail and a dragon-like spear head.
Is it coming? Is it like coming our direction?
Yes, it definitely
Oh boy.
seems to be doing so. As the Ankig over to here will use this tunnel over here, taking 44 points of damage and exiting here out of the spike growth. Not that. Copy paste. As it takes 9 points of damage, and you see the creature is just bolting it, hooking it as that is its movement, and that is a dash action as the Ankig moves out of the farmland to go even further away from the source of noise. The other one will try to do the same thing, but this one will take 6d6, and it will be out as it then will dash further away. Roll me the 6d6, Goel, as Shatrix. You are up next.
And she's just going to kind of shout, we're about to have some very large flying green company. Watch out, and she'll take 2 strikes at the one in front of her. Oof, that misses.
11 does not hit, sadly.
Tatrix is on her recharging criticals time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, it goes in waves, right?
Roll your d6.
That definitely hits.
All right, and I am not going to bother with another superiority die. I'm just going to kind of shift around a little bit, so I'll stay in melee, but I guess like be on this side, and that'll be my turn.
As just to make certain, Goel, the creature, would just enter the spike here, but it will die before it resurfaces because you rolled better damage this time. And Satrix, you'll have to be actually 5 feet closer to the creature to be in range of it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I didn't know
Yeah.
exactly where the hex was. It was kind of hard to see.
No worries. As Satrix makes a quick double strike onto the creature, but more so keeps her attention to whatever the creature lies further away. Snowsong is up next.
Snowsong is gonna come out of the bushes and attack this one. Actually, he'll take a charged run to make sure he can kill him. Is it normal or?
It's normal.
Okay. Where is his maul? I'll use... Wait, did I use my inspiration? No, I did not. I said that wasn't. No, I used it for...
You use it for mischief.
Yeah. That's it. That's his turn.
So we'll try to jump toward the creature and bring it down, but will fail to do so as Jeffress. You're up next.
Jethro's hearing the wing beats and Shatrix's apt warning. He's gonna have a flashbacks of being murdered by poison breath, and he's gonna say, well, it's time to fucking duck for cover, and he's gonna run 20 feet right here. And how deep does the hole look?
About 15 feet.
Alright. Jethros is going to look at this feller, and he's gonna, figure out more stuff that he can do with his sit turn. So he's going to cast Levitate on the creature, trying to get it away from Shatrix. This is a Constitution save, I believe.
Sadly, I rolled a 21 on the con save. As you use your magic, Jethros, to try and force the creature out of the ground, the Ankeg will just use its claws to pinch itself into the ground and keep its footing.
Alright.
Anything else, Jethros?
Bonus action, I think. Jethros is just gonna not do anything and jump in the hole.
As the Ankeg right up next will, hearing the sound, it just breaks through the fence and starts moving further away. As Satrix, you can make him an opportunity attack.
All right.
That hits. The creature takes a potent swing from the piercing weapon, but it doesn't care much. It just breaks through the other fence as well, and as it moves forward onto the loose soil over here, it will start burying another hole for it to go inside. And Zik, your turn. You see quickly as it moves and just uses its mandibles and its front legs to just carve and dig a path for it.
This one's still here, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. I'm gonna run. Get like the edge of the race actually. That's that is 10 feet, right?
Give me a second. That is 10 feet, yes.
Okay, yeah. I'll start laying into it from here. Pop up.
Those hit.
8 and 7, 15. And I want to use it. Yeah, I'll flurry of blows. Not that boy. Pop up. 17,
Both of those hits.
6, 7. Okay.
As in quick succession, Zeke, you will bring the creature down as your arm just start pinch themselves, grab at it, and just tear it apart and split it into two.
Then I'm gonna run. Can actually make that perfect. Right to here. Just in reach of the other Ankeg, and that'll be my turn.
Regulus, your turn.
I don't see the threat. I shoot bug. So I'm gonna take two divine blasts at the bug by Snowsong and Zeke.
The bug.
Go for it.
One at the bug.
Bug.
13 will not hit.
Didn't 13 hit before? Or am I? No.
I do not think so.
Oh, I thought that.
Yeah.
Nathaniel's 14 hit.
Oh, 14. Never mind. Alright. Second divine blast.
I see the confusion. I allowed the 13 to hit from Jeffers, but actually I was mistaken. 14 is the AC. Blunders were made. But 21, go for it.
Okay. Pop. Nice damage. I hope it had 3 health. It didn't.
It's still up.
Update. So this thing in the clouds, what's its like? How is it still just up there?
Yeah.
I guess I just hope it doesn't like rock tiefling. That's it.
Zafira is up next.
Zafira is going to invisibly fly over to here. Although Bug might have blind sight. And that's her turn, I believe. I guess she can use her action right now to aid Snowsong, or aid whoever. I'll take the distract action.
Okay, as Zafira just moves and attaches itself, wraps itself around the footing of the ankle to trip it and distract it, make it lose its focus. As Goel, you're up.
No enemies left.
Okay. There is one back and one potentially on the horizon, and there's also one back there.
Alright, I'm gonna move up to this one and attack it 3 times.
Go for it.
It's probably gonna be killed
With
from the first
respect,
attack.
with respect, Zafira will help anyone other than Goel. Because I know he has back tactics.
As Goel just rushes toward the creature, jumps at it, and just plunges both of his hammers onto the back and breaks the carapace of the creature and squashes its head.
Can I prepare a bonus action?
No.
It's gonna be my adrenaline rush. It was going to be. But that was my movement, my action. That's it. There's nothing else I can do.
Nathaniel, you're up next.
Can we tell how many rounds this thing is going to take to get to us?
You see that it is approaching furiously. Pretty much at the start of its next initiative round, it should be here. It is very much approaching.
All right. In that case, then my action will be Twilight Sanctuary, and my bonus action will be to charge 3 Lapis Lunae.
Rockstar could orbit around Nathaniel as he uses his magic to call down on a Twilight Sanctuary for whatever that creature might be. And anything else, Nathaniel?
No, that's it. I'll roll for my temp HP in a bit. If you guys want to roll for yourselves, it's going to be 1d6 plus 5 at the end of your turns.
And fast as Nathaniel is using his magic, you see the creature appear into the distance. A creature that resembles an eyeless yellow/green reptile with wings, a long tail, and a large fin on its back. Its head does seem like that of a crocodile, but not entirely so as well, as you get a very faint look from it, and it is moving at a very fast pace. The creature starts flying up and above, and as it is looking everywhere around, it looks towards where Zeke, Goel, and Snowsong is, and it will, unless very potent. Not so potent. Sonic lance. It looks towards them, and the creature makes a burst of sonic energy towards where Zeke, Goel, Snowsong. I don't know if it will hit Zephyra because the creature is definitely aware of it. Visibility does nothing to it. But a second, it actually might hit Zephyra as well. It definitely hits Zephyra as well. So Zeke, Goel, Snowsong, and Zephyra need to make me Constitution saving.
Zeke, Goel, and
Snowsong and Zephyra.
What's the save?
I don't
So DC 17 con saving throw.
I recall. I think, did she use my saving throw?
No, it uses its own. In turn, I think you can use your reaction to ground it resistance or something.
20 feet doesn't give a resistance to thunder.
Oh, okay, I see. Alright. Yeah, she makes the Constitution save.
Is it 11 if you...
11 if you succeed. If you succeed.
I don't think she succeeds.
He doesn't.
What is the... I guess she didn't end her turn in that. Now she's out of Sanctuary. I really want an inst. I really want. Did I get an inst recently? That I haven't used.
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Is it Nathaniel's turn or the...
The creature's turn.
Okay.
As this is what does it. Held its action to move, moved a little bit further, and just bursted with a sonic lance towards there. Pretty much a sonic wave. It doesn't even look. There isn't like a beam that you see towards there. It's more so as the creature just turns and focuses down towards you. You can nearly see the air just moving, pulsating in front of you as it is nearly deafening. But you do manage to make the save, and you are not deafened by that. Though the creature recharges its ability to do so. Satrix, you're up next.
It's 11 damage if you have resistance, right?
Yes.
So I think Zephyra's out unless she has. No.
How high is it flying still, or did it land?
It is flying 40 feet up in the sky. It has massive range for it.
Yes, those numbers are very, very tiny. Okay. I guess that I can't catch up with it. What do I want to do? I mean, I still really can't do much if I don't. We don't know how this is going to end. All right, so I guess I'll use my bonus action to kind of find that connection and just bring out that light kind of inside myself. And I will transform so I can start flying. And then I will fly as close to it as I can. I can only get 30 feet.
As fast as you can and closer towards it, Satrix starts flying towards there. I'll assume you'll be somewhere around there in order to get also 20 feet into the air.
Yeah, so like 20 feet up. Yeah, like that much over. That works out just fine. So I don't know. I don't know how to put those numbers on myself, but
I can do it for you. I can do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And then as my action, she'll just kind of look at the sun and then kind of look back at whatever this creature is, and then just kind of feel the energy kind of gathering inside her, and she's going to kind of just like push it outward, and she's going to cast Guiding Bolt at this thing.
Go for it. That definitely hits.
$10 radiant damage.
But still, also floating in light, making the next attack, very much easier to strike a vulnerable point onto the creature.
And that's my entire turn.
As I say, 3x flash was there. I think you also do 4 radiant damage because of your asthma.
Does it work on spell attacks?
Yeah, definitely works on spell attacks.
Okay, yeah, then an extra 4 points of radiant damage. So 14 points of radiant damage.
Snowsong is up next.
Alright, Snow Song will take the lightning damage that he took the lightning damage, right? I didn't.
Thunder damage, yes.
Thunder damage.
11.
11.
Same for Goal.
Alright, Snow Song will turn it. I don't know. It's thunder? Lightning? It's the same thing?
It's not the same thing, no. Thunder is usually sonic damage. Sound.
Right. Well, he's gonna take the superior form of damage, which is lightning, because he can't see Sonic. And he's gonna turn lightning form. At 4d10, right?
Yep.
Come on. Ugh.
Better than I rolled the last times.
Alright. And then he's going to go right here. Actually, I'm gonna roll con save. I keep the whatchamacallit. Can I just get rid of it at will?
Yeah. I don't do it for you.
Okay, that's his full movement. And he is going to about 40 feet. Okay. Alright, do I get extra movement from lightning form or something?
No, you get the ability to teleport 30 feet.
But that's a bonus action which I already used to turn to lightning form.
That is true.
Yeah, action dash, guess. All the way up to the monster. Brave little Snow Song is gonna dash right here. Take the
And
temp HP.
Jeffries, you're up next. A Snowsong Russian shifts, blasting with lightning.
That's me. Jethris will climb out of the hole, hearing that his companions are dying. It's 15 feet down, so I assume that I'll just jump out right at the edge.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess first he's going to bonus action cast a little sanctuary on himself because he doesn't like how angry this thing looks. And then action, he's going to summon the spirit of Muggy into this big boulder right under the beast. Open a Muggy sheet. Is there a way I can put Muggy on the field so as to save you time?
Oh, I can do it. I mean, you just drag and drop it here. Should work. I think I did it. Yeah,
Looks
here it
great.
is.
And yeah, Muggy is going to move its full 40 feet thanks to Irrepressible Dance up to get into range with it. Hopefully. If I can.
It can move. A monkey can move 40 feet, so it should be able to get towards there.
Alright. It ends its turn in the range of the creature. And bad news for you. This ruins all your plans, I know. You have 10 less feet of movement. That's my
Might be relevant, who knows? As the anking over here into the distance, it's burrowing even further into the earth. You can hear the digging sounds as it is taking a hide action. Hopefully enough for it. but it is digging even further away. Zik, you're up next.
Okay. Okay. How high can I get if I jump with Step of the Wind?
3 times your jumping distance, which is your astral doesn't give you the extra jumping speed, so it should be for the high jump, right?
Yeah,
What's your strength modifier?
18.
Your strength modifier.
Oh, well, my wisdom's 18, my strength is 8, only 8.
Yeah, so
Modifier,
you get
Jesus. 4, sorry.
your strength modifier is based on your strength, so it should be -1, right?
Yeah, but my astral self gives me...
For skill checks, this is a jump. I don't think it acts that way. Can you link the ability? I'm not entirely sure, so it could be wrong. Making strength checks and strength saving throws, so jumping is not a check nor a throw. So you are able to jump up to 2 feet height, so 6 feet height, tripling that, and add your pretty much your total height as a Zik. This is the amount that you can get to.
So not that high. Okay. That ruins a lot. I'm gonna move up anyway. Don't have anything for range. I'm just gonna... How should I move so far? 30 feet. I'm gonna try and get away from a group. Maybe get another 20 feet. Get to here? And just dodge for now, because there's not much else I can do. Yeah, that's me. Okay.
Azik will move toward there and try to avoid any attacks from the creature. Regulus, your turn.
Regulus, very pissed that this thing attacked all of his friends and nearly killed Zephyra. He will start to channel the magic around him, and he will fire a 3rd level guiding bolt at advantage.
As the magic strikes towards the creature, it continues to give the benefits to your allies to see the vulnerable spots of that creature, but it is still able to take that much damage. It seems quite able to endure that much pain. And the else, Regulus.
I will just move forwards to here. My turn. I might end my turn in the Twilight Sanctuary, actually. Where was I? Here? So 30 feet here. So it's d6 plus 5.
Yes.
That's
I think that's the number. And Zephyra is up next.
Zephyra is going to move into the Twilight Sanctuary. 40 feet to here. And we'll just focus on getting temp HP, probably. So dodge.
Protecting itself in general, trying to stay out of the way of that creature.
We will roll d6. Plus 5. Okay.
Goel, you're up next.
All right. Oh, my thorns are gone. That's right, I got rid of them. Bonus action, adrenaline rush, and then dash all the way up to this thing and attack it twice.
The creature is 40 feet up in the sky. I don't believe you can reach that.
It is? I don't see the
Yeah.
icon.
Over here.
Oh, right, there it is. Okay. In that case, I will go back to my position. I'll do full 35 feet into the temp feet. Oh, sorry, Google thought I was talking to it.
No worries.
And then I will cast Hunter's Mark on this thing.
Target acquired.
Target acquired. I do have a longbow that I've never used before. So why not use it now?
Goel drops both of his hammers to the ground, grabs his longbow, and go ahead.
Hey,
14 does not hit.
Goel drops the longbow and tries to pick up the warhammer, so that's my turn.
You can make 2 attacks with a longbow.
Oh, I can.
If you have arrows,
So,
that is.
also, your first one would have been at advantage.
That is technically correct. So the first one is the 15, which sadly does not hit, but you do get a second try. So go for it.
Oh man.
There might be a reason why Goel is not using that bow, as Goel tries to hurl shot after shot towards the creature, but the attacks do seem to miss. And Nathaniel, your turn.
Goel's gonna say,
Such a weakling's weapon.
and he just throws it out. Might smack Regulus in the back accidentally.
Can you remind me, Kazan, how high off the ground this thing is?
40 feet.
40 feet. Alright, let's see here. So, Saphira is invisible?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, she got hit by a fucking massive blast.
No. No, that's not. I'm just wondering if Nathaniel knows where she is or not.
You are aware because you can hear the flapping of the wings, and she doesn't. Zephyr doesn't make concentration saves for visibility.
Okay. All right.
Still?
All right.
Oh.
All right. And if I move, maybe like, let's see what this looks like. Is Saphira still in the Twilight
Yeah.
Sanctuary? Yeah. Okay.
Barely, yes.
Okay. I'll move a little bit closer. Try to give people better options to get into the Twilight Sanctuary. I think I charged Lapis Lunae on my last turn.
That is true.
Sure, I'll take 2 shots at it. What is the back row? There we go. 1, 2. Hey!
Damn, nice.
Both of those hit.
So the first shot is going to do 9 points of magical bludgeoning damage. The second shot is going to do 11 points of magical bludgeoning damage. And then because of Crusher, since I crit on the creature with a bludgeoning weapon, all attacks against the creature have advantage until the start of my next turn.
And
So
it should also be 1d4 psychic damage, correct?
Oh, that's true. Yes, and there. Thank you. There's also 2 points of psychic damage.
As Nathaniel orbs and hurls stones towards the creature, one of them strikes at the wing of the creature, and the other one onto its head as the creature loses its balance briefly. You also pulled it a little bit closer to you or not? Just to make certain.
Yeah, I am actually. I can use Crusher to pull it 5 feet closer to the ground.
Yeah, I'll change
And-
it to 35.
What size is this creature?
Huge.
Does that mean that that the bottom
Oh.
of it is within 30 feet?
Sadly, you cannot move it then, because if it is huge, it is more than
Yeah.
just one size.
That makes sense. You're right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's out of range of TK push. So. Yeah, I think I'll just end my turn.
The creature will turn right back and try to claw Maggie, which I believe does not hit, as the creature will then fly out of the reach of the dancing rock. Make me an opportunity attack.
Damn.
for Maggie.
Oh, it's advantage. Bam! I would say
21 does hit.
10 points.
Ten points of damage as the creature will rush and fly up towards Satrix. Oh, no. Ignore the opportunity attack, because favorite feature of the attack is that. Apologies for getting your hopes up, as the creature will then attempt to bite Satrix. I reckon that
No,
hits.
29. I
I
totally
reckon
doesn't
that
hit.
hits.
Definitely hits. Oh, ouch. Okay.
For a massive and potent bite as the creature just flies off from the dancing
I'd like
item
to-
all the way towards. Go ahead.
Could I silvery barbs that? Because I wouldn't want her to
Sure.
be getting, yeah.
I'll roll a crit.
Actually, I keep forgetting that I have this. Can I flare it?
Okay, let's do one at a time. Let's do the flare first, because it is because Atrix is closer
No.
and not a claw, but they have the same modifier. I'm not gonna re-roll that. That is more than fine. As Atrix, can you link the ability of the warding flare just to check if it doesn't work with that creature? Because the creature has blindsight. I just want to check if that.
Oh, that's a good. I don't know. I don't use this very often. Let
It
me
doesn't
look
work.
it up.
I think. If they have blindsight, it doesn't work because they can't be blinded.
I don't know how the warding flare is worded, because it might be scorching it as well. It depends on the wording.
Light domain. Let's say first level, you can interpose
Yeah.
time light between yourself
It
and attacking
actually
enemy.
does not work. I
Okay.
saw it.
Well,
An attacker
alright.
that can't be blinded is immune to this feature, but I will still use the. I'll still use Jethro Silvery Barb for that 15 as you try to blind the creature, but as it comes closer towards you, you see it has no eyes and it can easily still manage to make an attack. As Jethro will speak words of power and cause the creature pain into its head and force it to miss its attack.
Yeah, I'm just.
And who gets the advantage, Jeffress?
Well, not the creature, that's for sure. Fuck, man. Who's not gonna do anything? It has to be a creature I can see, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. Give it to Snow Song, I guess. Everyone has advantage this turn.
Okay, as the creature will then shoot from Satrix right above you, Jeff.
No.
Yeah. And that will be its turn at 10 feet high. Satrix, your turn.
All right, I can get to it then. So I will go ahead and I don't think I even can get. I don't think flanking works on that. I don't know if we're even playing with that roll. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I couldn't get there anyway, so it doesn't matter. She's gonna fly over, and she's going to kind of look over at Jethris and say, I don't know what you did, but thank you. And she's going to take 2 strikes at it with Solstice. Oof, I don't think that hits. Oh, I have advantage. That is right.
Go for it.
I'll just roll one more time normally. I still don't think that hits.
It does. 19 hits.
Oh, it does. And then second strike. And
That hits also.
since I hit, I will. Which one do I want to use? We'll attempt to make it rethink its life choices. I don't know if it's immune to being frightened as well or not, but we'll go with that one.
It is not. So let's see.
It's 17, not 18. I don't know what that says.
But still, the creature will fail. Also roll me damage from that attack. For now, 13 points of piercing damage as Shatrix with swords moves and starts stabbing at the creature. The creature seems to be in a lot of pain from those attacks, and as it already took some damage to the head from Nathaniel, Jethros just messed a little bit with it. The creature is actually flapping its wings aggressively, trying to fend and get away from the two of you. Anything else, Shatrix?
Let's see, it's action. I'm only missing 5 points, so I won't use that thing. So yeah, that's my turn.
And at that point, the creature still has quite a good amount of health. And I just wanted to give Satrix one more turn before we call it off, given that she's not here next week. Because I know some people also have to go at this point. This is where we're going to put a pause. The creature has actually a lot of hit points, so if I would extend it, would take a good amount of time to bring it down.
It was fun though.
So we will put a pause right here. There is still this fight to be taken. But yeah, any questions, anything to add before we call it off?
I guess actually as a bonus action then, can I cast Shield of Faith on myself?
More than enough, and it definitely will help you given that the creature has an insane amount of...
Yeah, giving that I'm in its face right now.
1 million.
So I'll just have only 22, AC 22, but then I only have one spell slot left for, I guess, Nathaniel, who runs Shatrix next week.
I mean, if you have bait and switch, you have 1 million AC.
I mean, I do have bait and switch. I still have 3 superiority dice left, so...
You don't need it.
But we'll see.
But yeah, any questions, anything to add prior? I'll make a quick icon on Satrix so I don't forget that.
Yeah, Dex. I love being a Dex-based fighter. You don't get to do like the massive, insane like hits that like strength fighters do, but I'm really good at surviving and everything else. So there's that.
I can talk all day about it.
I can talk all day about
I love him.
Dex-based paladins too.
I mean, strength is just a very bad stat in 5th edition. The main reason we have variant encumbrance is to buff the strength stat a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
But yeah, enjoy, have a good week, and I'll see you next time.
Yep.
Enjoy.
Have a good week
Bye,
or good 2 weeks,
Ciao.
you guys.
Yep.
Okay.
See you all.
Try.